Hi, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Welcome. We are live. We're horizontal and we're doing things vertical as well. Shout out to everybody. Yes, make sure you guys are hitting the like button, please, and thank you. We are waiting for our two other readers. Shout out to them. It's okay. You said, what is going on in Riverside? Well, thank you, Joe. I heard about that, lawsuit that I guess Emmanuel Jarro's sister or family is filing against. Sorry, guys. Hold up, guys. I'm sorry. I'm live, and then everybody comes in. Give me 1 minute.
Sorry.
It's okay. Sorry.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry, y'all. I was telling y'all, I'm live, and then everybody needs me. That's just how it is,
Look at this. More and more news this week just keeps on giving.
Oh my God. Well, between the Alexi Treviso thing, we're waiting for our readers to come up, guys. I hope you guys are having a great, wonderful Friday. We are live vertical and we're live horizontal. So shout out to us for, we see some vertical folks, but y'all can always join us horizontal because sometimes it's like annoying when the vertical happens. I went both ways. We're both vertical and horizontals, just so people are aware.
Yeah, that threw me off too.
It threw you off too? Let me see.
Yeah.
And I'm going to share with everybody just so people are aware. But make sure you guys are double tapping. We live now. We had a lot of news this week, actually. Yeah, I would say so. Like, I saw, we were talking about Emmanuel Jarro before I was interrupted. Emmanuel Jarro's family, I guess. I saw the interview. Thank you so much, Joe, for sending that. I saw the interview with the, I guess, the family attorney. And that's interesting. So they're suing the Department of Social Services. That's who they're suing.
Good.
We learned something for sure. Like, we didn't know that they were on. Well, we didn't know anything when we first started talking about that case. I remember it's going to be a year since Emmanuel Jarro, guys, since he, hola, and went missing.
Yeah, it's next week, right? They said that he would have passed away between the 5th and the 12th.
Yeah. It would have been, like in August. It was mid-August or something like that. And then, speaking of which, another thing that came to my radar, I mean, I hope Ahmed Belloso, on the Tira is doing well, but I mean, he's getting exposed left and right too. I don't know, man. There's some drama there too. I was like, have you watched anything that's been going on?
No, I don't know what that one's. What
you don't know who that is?
Mm-mm.
Well, if you remember, we're waiting, guys, for the other readers to come up. Give us a couple minutes while we wait. Shout out to them. They got to get their coffees too. I'm at a coffee and creamer, so damn it. Oh well. So Ahmed, matter of fact, I think I could show you. Hold up. Let me see if I can bring up the link. Let me tell y'all what's happening.
I like how your headline still says Beth motherfucking Silverman.
My name is Beth Mother effing Silverman. That's right. Hold up, guys.
She's got to introduce herself like that on the 31st. Beth motherfucking Silverman for the people,
That's
Your
right.
Honor.
On the court. Hi, Miss Amber. How are you? I hope you guys are having a great Friday. Y'all, we're getting started. We're just waiting for the folks to get the link. Shout out to y'all. Yeah, so you be there. See, Abraham said, I'll be there in 5. Y'all be patient.
Yeah, I see him in the chat.
Somebody said, oh my God, I can't. You distracted me just thinking about that too. In our chat yesterday said, I don't know who's supposed to play who. You guys need to put your name. So that's why I put,
yeah, so I'll always be I'll always be the defense attorneys going forward.
You'll be the defense.
But yeah, who is Ahmed? I don't remember this story.
So on the Tira, if you follow the Emmanuel Jarro case, he was the young, I'm not gonna say the young, but the guy that really brought the story viral. On TikTok, and he was everywhere. He was doing a bunch of interviews. He was going out there. He did the first interview with Mary Van Housen, the grandmother, and it was right outside. He was bringing us all the footage out there at that time. So Ahmed Belloso, I mean, he was out there, and I'm trying to see if I can find. Oh, here it is. So Ahmed Belloso is like he's being exposed. I did not know this ish, y'all. Okay, I know that I have some Ahmed Belloso supporters here, but it's almost been a year since Emmanuel Haro. Listen to this. Do you remember this guy right here, Joe? Do
Oh,
you
okay.
remember him?
I believe so. Yeah, he's from out here, right?
He's from out there. So he made the story of Emmanuel Haro going being missing viral, very much so. So he's being exposed for. Man, let me go ahead and play this. Watch this.
Okay.
Least favorite type of person is the one that pretends that they're doing the most to help the defenseless, like children and animals. But in reality, they're just as abusive as everybody they're criticizing. On the Tira, welcome to the show. This is On the Tira, aka Ahmed Belloso, and he fancies himself as somewhat of a journalist. He sells merch and travels around and gets the story, likes to post about dogs, and can be found in some of his videos posting in front of or promoting shelters. His backstory is that he's Inland Empire's homeboy news anchor, his words not mine, and after doing 23 years in prison for violent crimes, got out and now learned he has cancer. And to blow off a little bit of steam the other day, he went on Facebook Live, put a shock collar on his dog, and shocked it over and over and over again for no reason at all while laughing maniacally. What I'm about to show you is disturbing. We're going to watch it together.
I hate that. So I did see the video, y'all. It is very disturbing.
I'll take your word for it.
I don't want to watch it. It's like severe animal stuff. So let's stop right there. Speaking of which, let me go ahead and play this. This is educational content, of course. Hold up. Marissa's up here too. Let me play this little thing. Marissa, I think it's wanting you to hold up. Let's see. It wants you to connect your devices real quick. So Ahmed Belloso, I was a little like shocked when that happened, but let me go ahead and play this.
Hello, everyone. Please note that this broadcast is strictly for educational, documentary, scientific, and artistic purposes. It falls under the EDSA. While the themes, imagery, or discussions may touch upon some graphic, sensitive, or challenging topics, the context is entirely analytical and educational. This stream does not encourage, promote, or glorify any kind of behavior or any acts, but rather provides critical analysis and historical documentation. In particular, we talk about a range of topics that fall under EDSA. Thank you for watching, guys, and make sure you hit the like button.
Yeah, so that was a surprise. I'd never seen. I mean, I was in shock because I was a supporter of, excuse me, Ahmed Belloso on the Tira, and I was really happy to see him kind of like, bring light to Emmanuel Haro, bringing attention to that story, and then to see that, and I saw the video, like he had the collar and he kept hitting the shock on this poor dog. I was like, what is funny about that? I mean, helpless individuals and animals are helpless too. We have to do right by animals. So,
More than that, I actually believe those are illegal in California, if I remember correctly.
Are they?
Yeah, for that, because of guys like him. If I remember correctly, I thought those are illegal out here.
Interesting, because I think in some areas, like, you're not supposed to, how they have like the electric you said they're not trash trolls, so they are not illegal. Okay, well, y'all look it up. Okay. Not illegal. Maybe it goes by counties or jurisdictions, right? Because I know that in some areas I can't do something in one area that I'm able to do in another. You know what I mean? Yeah, but like I said, it's very disappointing because it was somebody that I was shouting out, following everything, and I thought he did a great job in Emmanuel Haro, and to see that, it's pretty disappointing, just to say the least. But yeah, everybody said not illegal. All right, well, yeah, we will trust your word. So I wanted to tell you guys something. Yesterday, I started thinking about some of the things that the people being, the fixation. It's not a fixation. I mean, I think it's a valid concern, right? The traveling outside of the country and stuff like that, the authorization. So then I think I told you guys yesterday that I went to I saw Ross's video, Trapmore Ross, where he talked about how there is this campaign. I can hear an echo. Hold up. Is it me? Hold up. No.
Is it me?
Hear me? Hello? No, I don't hear it anymore.
It's not me. I'm muted.
I can hear you. I was mute. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Maybe it's all in my head. And I was like, let me go look at what exactly was said in that document, right? For day 5 or something, like, not for day 5. I'm sorry. Was it day 5? It was day 5, about the travel authorization, because we found that out that day. And I wanted to understand like the context of it and everything. And so then I was able to, it seems pretty black and white to me in terms, if you're looking for the direct word to be whether they sign an authorization, that's what it sounds like. It doesn't get into the weeds of, did they know, was it forged? It does sound like in 2024, Celeste wasn't as active in terms of like, she was with various family members around that time. So I can see a situation where her auntie, uncle's adult sister was, also there in the travel to Vegas when she was with D4VD with David. It sounds like there was a lot of adults around her when she was with this man. But at the same time, she wasn't always directly with her immediate family. She was always with other family. But the authorization that they signed is not necessarily like, that wasn't disputed. And I guess it's not the time for that. The dispute of the authorization, the travel authorization. So I don't know. I mean, I guess it's up for how you guys see whether the level of failure, inaction, action in part of the family. But I did read, I got curious and I said, well, are we are we going back to this is unfair? What are we doing? No, they signed it. That's what it sounds like.
Are they questioning it being signed by them, or
they're questioning whether this is like, first of all, I don't think that that the family's not on trial here, right?
Absolutely.
That's not what this is about. Ultimately, whether if you could say that they failed her as parents, okay, very likely so, right? That's not even the issue, because they didn't unalive her. Did they protect her? That's really the question. So, and I saw people say, well, they need to charge the parents. On what grounds? There's no victim anymore, right? If CPS was open, and I think about this because I could see this kind of how the process works. If CPS was open and say that a referral came into the department, because it always goes back to that. I mean, you see with Emmanuel Jaro, that agency's being sued, and there was an inaction there. Okay, I could see that being a situation where CPS is like, well, let's find out. Is mom or dad, did they sign? Are they allowing or permitting this relationship to happen? "Quote unquote," this violation of this child, right? That would be a different, thing.
Something I would like to see about that is specifically the fact I'm interested in the reports and the actions from Riverside County, because that's the same county, and Sheriff Chad Bianco, because he was running for governor here too. He makes more than our. Yeah, remember we were calling him. He's got that mustache.
Were you here for that, Yosemite Sam?
Yes, thank you. Yes, Yosemite Sam. Oh my, I can never look at him the same.
Oh man, ever since I called him Yosemite Sam.
Yeah, I can't. That's all I see. That's all I see. And so he's the sheriff of that area, of that department. And he makes more money than our governor, but there's some horrible data connected to their department. So, and that's the same county that serviced the Haros. So I'm interested of action or lack of action on that end as well, as to what happened over there, because but again, the one on trial is David. And
the one on trial is David. They didn't protect her. We could say that.
Yeah, the form doesn't change the charges of what he's facing. But to me, the form was very black and white when they put it up. Here's the form. It's notarized, and they did not challenge it on cross. You would think they would challenge it. Beth, mother effing Silverman would have challenged it.
Yes, I would have.
Oh.
But then what questions, who raised that first of all? The form? That was the state's evidence, right?
No, defense.
Defense.
Marissa, you're frozen, love. I don't know if you did y'all. Is it just me? Is she frozen?
No, she froze.
Let me go out and come back.
Okay, do it. No, you're right. It was the defense who brought it up. It's a defense exhibit.
Okay, then I want to hear how Beth responded to it.
Yeah, so I got kind of curious too. I was like, oh, damn, they didn't challenge that. But what page? I know did we say 71? See,
I know we're well past the 150s.
The 150s?
That's the last thing I remember. I remember looking at the page, the top of the page.
Oh, the
150s.
Here it is. We left off at 76.
Yeah, there we go.
I highlighted the question. There it was. I was like, I thought it was 71. Okay. Does anybody want to do a quick little summary of what happened last night?
Who has better notes? I didn't write anything down.
Anybody want to do a quick summary of what happened last night? How do we summarize when we stopped at 76, question 10? And I think that was that me or was that
76, line 10? Yeah, that's where we were at.
Yeah. So quick summary. So we had the officer who has worked with Verizon before, and he was doing the forensics in that, right? And so then it was me who was questioning the witness, Beth Mother Effin Silverman. I was, questioning the witness. And he was talking really fast, but apparently this guy has like years and years of experience, right? Which is amazing in self-service and stuff like that. So he's able to, he's used that to locate people, missing hikers and stuff like that. So he was giving us the context behind that. We left off at the question 10, where I asked specifically when they said, depending on whether you're in or out, they're looking at cell towers and exhibits at this point. Okay. So cool. Let me see. Gotcha. Oh, Abraham, I see your question. Did you get it answered or do you need me to answer it for you? I don't think you need to wear a headset if you're wearing that mic, Abraham, but let me know. Abe, are you here?
You have to, he's not even muted. We can't hear you if you're talking.
Let me see.
But anyway, let me ask, so when the defense raised that signed form, did the state have any questions about it?
No.
It glazed over it.
No, they just covered, and I'm trying to remember, like, I feel like in their closing argument, I mean, I feel like they addressed the fact that this is still all David. This is like, it's to them, it doesn't do anything against his charges. But yeah, she didn't cross or question its authenticity or anything. I mean, it was right there, notarized. Again, at the very same time, that is exactly when the parents walked in that morning into court, and they sat immediately in front of me. The timing was just, I felt bad, but they sat right in front of me. So everyone stood up in front of me for a moment too. So I couldn't try to see that stamp, that notarized stamp as well.
Marissa, do you know what form they use?
Can you hear me now?
Is this the one we can hear you now.
Okay.
Do you know what form it is? Is it like the one online? Is it through the Homeland?
It's 4 pages. They only showed us the first page, and it was called a child travel consent form.
Okay, hold up. I kind of want to see what it looks like.
So if you have, it was 4 pages that it was stated, but they only showed us the cover and said that Jesus and Mercedes signed it. And that's in the transcripts, I believe, as well, because I know a lot of places were saying that just the father signed it, but I wrote in my notes that
it was both parents.
It was both of them. So it was not just the father. It was both. They said Jesus and Mercedes Rivas Hernandez both signed this form.
And so they just got like a regular template, right? Because I mean, anybody can create this form, because I'm thinking that maybe they got it like on a website or something where we can see it and see, for example, U.S. Customs and Border Protection doesn't have do they have their own form? I think you just create a form and then you make them sign it. So I'm curious about what that form looks like. You said because
they just tell you what the form needs to include, and then you just make sure that it has that information.
Yeah, right. So because they even have texts of him saying to Celeste about having schmecks in Vegas. There you go. I'm willing to bet the feds come after the states. I agree, Kadisha. I agree. I think
too.
Yeah,
we have state level wiretaps too. We have all kinds of stuff we haven't heard yet.
Yeah. All right, my friends. So let's go ahead and get started. So we're well into, for those that are coming in, guys, we're getting started now. Hey, shout out to our wonderful readers. Their channels are tagged in the description box. Check them out. We have a Cash App. We call it the Taco Waffle Street Taco Happy Meal Cash App. I need some coffee because I'm out of creamer and coffee. I just checked. I was like, damn it, I'm out. I should have prepared. I know it's going to be one of those days. So if y'all want this to go cute, hit the Cash App, okay? Thank you. For
what page did we leave
readers.
off?
We are on 76.
76.
Line 10. I think it left off on me, right? Line 10?
Yes. And I am not AI. I am real.
But you do sound like Alexa.
I did.
Has anyone ever told you that?
I learned a lot after yesterday. No, I did not. And I did not know I might have a backup career in reading audiobooks. So.
I think girl, put your resume in your application, because if I could, I would. But, I don't think I'd get hired. Yes, Miss Amber, that's right. The airlines have minor consent forms. True that. So they might have, pull the one from United, because that's what that we know that the flew on, right? So it makes you wonder. Anyways, all right. So we're going to start right here. Make sure you guys are checking everybody's channel out. Thank you so much for supporting. Hit the like button. Thank you. You said, Rabbit, I found a link that has all of David's streams saved from Twitch. Oh, Kadisha, go start downloading all of those.
Yeah. Put that link on the Wayback Machine website.
Hey, can you email it to us? Oh my gosh. All right then.
Rabbit, what app do you use to highlight the document?
I have Adobe.
Adobe? Okay.
Yeah, I have Adobe. That's why I have it. Here, I have it. It's so finicky though. I'll tell you that. I'm not a fan, but I have Adobe. That's how I'm able to highlight. And I don't use yellow highlighters very often. So
I have Illustrator, but that's too much. Too complex for this.
Is it? You might have to. Did you download the document?
Yeah, no, I have it here. It's on. You have a Mac, right?
Yes, I have a Mac.
Yeah, me too. So mine is on preview. You know that app preview.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's very limited
I see.
to what you can do there.
Yeah.
There's only so much you can do.
And sometimes I want to highlight something and I can't because it doesn't let me.
Yeah, this is Adobe. That's how I'm able to highlight. All right, guys. Ready? Y'all ready?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. And Baby Bunny, just I'm waiting for the sitter. We'll see what the
now I'm ready.
All right.
And the witness, so we're back at the witness that it's doing the cellular device, the Tesla cellular, so everyone's back into the mindset of the expert.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, and guys, I forgot to shout you out last night. Y'all forgot to tell me to shout them out last night too. I said, guys, remind me. And I had a bunch of people shout out.
So you did.
No, that was earlier. After I ended last night's stream, I forgot to shout out people. So I'm going to shout out people. I already have it set up. I'm going to shout out people before I leave. Okay. I promise y'all. I feel bad. I really did forget to shout out people. Anyways, let's go. Here's my question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And when a call is made and goes through that process of communication with cell towers, do the phone company stores records of that type? Do the phone companies store records of that type or records? It's records.
Records.
There's a typo there. Yeah. Do the phone company store records of that type of information? There's a typo there.
Yes, they do.
How do they do that?
They typically store it within their systems, and if it's requested by law enforcement or typically an engineer would look at it, they're given to us on Excel or .text file. The phone companies usually store this for billing or troubleshooting those devices.
Okay. And how do phone companies like T-Mobile keep track of each user's usage?
Oh, they do it through the records that I'm going to analyze today, through call detail records, and yeah.
And what type of information is captured within those CDRS?
So typically we'll use a phone call, for example. You would get the date and time of that phone call. You would get the purse or the phone number that was dialed, whether that call was incoming or outgoing. But most importantly, you would get the cell tower that was used and the side of that cell phone tower that was used.
Does it also give you things such as the duration of a particular call?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And is it that same process that you just described if we were talking about Tesla cellular data?
Yes, it's the same process. The only thing is I don't look for phone calls. It's just data and timing advance records as we see over here on my slide.
Okay, so you can tell us what type of call detail records you use in this particular case, or what records you used.
So for the 346 number, I used call detail records and some data records. And for the vehicle, I predominantly used timing advance records.
Your Honor, for the record, I believe that the CDRS and the affidavits are contained on what we've marked as People's Exhibit 53.
All right, thank you.
So after you review the records, what was the next thing that you did?
I compared them to some locations and dates and times, and I plotted them on a map in the PowerPoint.
And did the detective from Robbery Homicide Division, Detective Byers and Detective Farrell, right?
I do.
And they work with you at Robbery Homicide, correct?
They do.
And they've discussed this case with you since the early days of their investigation, is that right?
Yes, since about November.
Okay, and did they ask you to target a certain time period?
Yes.
And what time period was that? Let's start with the first time period.
The first time period was April 23rd to the 24th.
Of 2025?
2025, correct.
Okay, showing you page 6 of your exhibits, what did you depict here?
So this is, as I testified to before, we get these records from the cell phone carriers in kind of Excel. So we'll see what we call call-out boxes. And this is how I display the information that was given to us by the cell phone carriers. So if we start at the top left of the box, we see number 1. That's the cell phone tower identifier. It's going to be a series of numbers. Number 2 is going to be the date of activity that was analyzed. Number 3 is going to be the identifier that was analyzed. In this case, it's at 310, bunch of numbers. And number 4 is going to be the time of that activity, which is going to be in local time. 5, the call-out box describes it as signaling, but it's going to be timing advance. 6 is the direction that the transaction happened from the cell phone tower. So 90 degrees would be east. And on number 7, the last number you'll see is going to be the distance that the device was away from the cell phone tower in miles.
So that's the type of information, what we see here within this box that you use to be able to identify a location of a cellular device or to track its movement.
That's correct.
Okay, let's start with the first map you created on page 7. If you could describe for us what we see here.
Yes, this is cell site activations for that Tesla ending in device identifier ending in 9025, and these records were analyzed from April 23rd, 2025 from 11 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. On the top left, we see it's a legend. We see a little house in yellow associated with the address 1368 Doheny Place. And if we look at the center of the map, kind of where I have those red dots over here, that is where the address is located on the map. Now we have 3 call-out boxes here. So during this time frame, we'll start with this call-out box number 1. We have 4 timing advance transactions, 2 at approximately 11:01 p.m., 1 at 11:06, and 1 at 11:11. And distances here are going to be displayed all the way on the right. And for cell phone tower number 1, those distances are displayed by this arc that we see right here that is intersecting over 1368 Doheny Place. The same
Marissa, can you turn up? Let me stop you. Can you turn up your mic a little bit? Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead. Okay, she muted herself. You muted yourself. Marissa, you muted yourself.
Can you hear Rabbit, Marissa?
Marissa, can you hear me? No, she muted herself, y'all.
You muted yourself.
Well, let's tell her in the chat here. Let's see if that works.
You muted yourself. And now we do. You were reading and then you muted yourself. Oh no. We'll wait a little bit.
Yeah, it's okay. So she was having a different audio problem. Well, now we'll never know what she said.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the whole stream, everybody.
We're done. Okay. Oh no. Okay.
Now give her a minute. She'll come back. Yeah.
Now,
for those of you
go.
who have never used StreamYard before, it's not a stable and reliable partner.
Sorry. Is this good? Can you hear me now again?
Can you guys hear?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear Marissa? Everybody hear Marissa, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Put a one in the chat if you hear Marissa. I think the volume's good now.
Okay,
No,
what was the last part somebody heard? Because I was still going on my paragraphs.
You were. What paragraph did you leave off at? Well, no, you wouldn't know. Why don't you start on number 14? I think that's where you were at.
Okay. Now we have 3 call-out boxes here. So during this time frame, so we'll start with this call-out box number 1. We have 4 timing advance transactions, 2 at approximately 11:01 p.m., 1 at 11:06, and 1 at 11:11. And distances here are going to be displayed all the way on the right. And for cell phone tower number 1, those distances are displayed by this arc that we see here that is intersecting over 1368 Doheny Place. The same goes for tower number 2, which there's a transaction at 11:06 p.m. Those arcs also intersect or go by 1368 South Doheny Place, and the same with cell phone tower number 3 here.
Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay.
You're at line 27.
Yes, I am. Is it possible that in a metropolitan area like we hear talking about earlier in a city type environment, that you can be in one place, but yet during one phone call, your phone number will use multiple cell towers?
Well, in this case, these are timing advance transactions. So we do, yes, your cell phone can use, it hands over to different cell phone towers if you're traveling, or if there's a better signal. That does happen.
Give me 1 sec, guys. Hold up. If you want to, Abram, if you want to take over real quick for me, please.
Wait, what line are we at?
You know what? Never mind. Sater's here. Give me 1 sec. Sorry about that. Well, in I think 9, right?
Yes.
It will move from one tower to another to make sure that you have the best signal, and it does that seamlessly, so you don't notice that so much.
No, you won't. If you're driving down a highway and you're on a phone call, it doesn't get interrupted.
So tell us what you've mapped out here at this particular time.
So there's 3 towers that have timing advance measurements, and those timing advance measurements range from 11:01 p.m. to about 11:11 p.m.
And during this time period, does it place the defendant or his cell phone within the vicinity of his residence at 1368 Doheny?
Yes, that is consistent with the device being in the area of 1368 Doheny.
Okay, then moving on to page 8 then moving on to page 8 of your exhibit, tell us what we're looking at here.
So again, this is for that Tesla device ending in 9025, and from April 23rd, 2025, I analyzed records from 11:30 to 11:36 p.m., and there were 2 transactions during that time. One over here associated with this cell phone tower at 11:31 p.m., and then by tower number 2 over here at 11:35 p.m.
Okay, and what does that show?
It shows that the device moved away from the area of 1368 Doheny Place, and it looks like, from what I reviewed, it's going westbound, possibly on Sunset Boulevard.
Okay, so at this point, on the night of April 23rd, at around 11:35, the defendant's vehicle has left the house, and it is traveling, you said, towards Sunset?
Yeah, I would say 11:31. It's definitely not near the residence anymore.
Okay, so it's left at some point prior to 11:31, correct? 11:31.
Correct.
Okay. How about page 9? What did you depict here?
So again, this is for that Tesla ending in 9025. And I analyzed these records from April 23rd, 2025, from 11:30 p.m. to April 24th, 2025, at about 4:04 a.m. We still have that residence that was 1368 Doheny Place, and then it looks orange here. But there's evidence recovered with the latitude and longitude that I marked on the map right here over in the center of the screen. And I made this map to show travel from the area of 1368 Doheny Place up to, I think that area, up north, Santa Maria.
So we're talking about Santa Barbara County?
Yes.
So on the night of April 23rd of 2025, the defendant left the Doheny Place and went to Santa Barbara County?
Objection misstates the evidence, assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained. If you want to clarify, it's the Tesla as opposed to an individual.
Well, did you track not just the Tesla, but also the defendant's cell phone?
Yes. So that's going to be on other slides as well.
Okay. So did both of those items travel, not just the Tesla, but again, the defendant's cell phone? We talked about those two phone numbers at the beginning. Did you track that travel for both of these items?
Yes.
Is that what this depicts?
This one depicts the Tesla. And as we go to the other slides, we'll see the 346 number up in this area as well.
And you mentioned that you also identified a location where evidence was found with this orange square. Is that right?
That is correct.
What is that area?
From the map, it looks like just a small road with a pretty desolate area.
Is this an area off of 154?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And was that an area that the detectives informed you that CHP had recovered evidence from that location?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
That is correct.
So that's why you included that particular area. Is that right?
Yes.
So what does it mean? I see in some of the areas we have circles that appear to move, is it sequentially? And then we have a grouping of red dots in this area where you have the evidence recovered symbol. What does that mean?
So those red dots, they're kind of the towers that we saw before. So those are all cell phone towers that were utilized during this time period. And then there's numerous towers that were utilized in the area of where the evidence was recovered.
Okay. And then after that, does the path continue north of there?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you page 10 of your exhibit. Tell us what you tracked here.
So again, that's where the Tesla device ending in 9025. This is on April 24th from about 4:03 a.m. to 7:07 a.m. So I marked all the way here at the top left, utilizing the cell phone tower at 4:03 a.m. all the way up here. And then at about 7:06 a.m., the device ended in the area of the Doheny Place.
Okay, real quick, because there's going to be a bunch of numbers. Don't read the numbers out loud. Just skim over them, because if there are phone numbers, we have them redacted, so we need to be careful. But yes, thank you. So question in line 14. Okay, so it went up north, and then by 7:07 a.m. it returned?
Yes.
Okay, and looking at page 11, can you describe for us what you tracked here?
Yes, so on this slide, we have two devices. So again, we have that Tesla, but I also have added activity from David's phone number. So to differentiate these on the slides, the Tesla is going to be shown in the blue tower. So the tower over here, here, and here, which is illustrated in blue. And then this 0571 number, which is going to be shown in pink. So again, as that's you.
It's okay. So again, as I previously asked, it appears that the vehicle and the cell phone are traveling together.
Yes, there was a phone call made at around the same time the vehicle had activity in that area as well.
And did you look at the records pertaining to a particular call?
Yes, I did.
And is this during the time that the vehicle is traveling north?
Correct.
And the outgoing, it's an outgoing call that was made?
Yes, at 12:04 a.m., the 0571 number made an outgoing call.
To who?
To a number, a long number, a 951 number.
Okay, 9595 blah, blah, blah?
Yes, blah, blah, blah.
And did the detectives identify for you who that phone number belonged to or was registered to?
Yes, they advised me it belonged to the victim in this case.
And when the defendant made a phone call at 12:04 in the morning, so now we're talking about it's after midnight. We're talking about April 24th, correct, of 2025?
Objection, Your Honor, assumes facts not in evidence.
The court will allow it.
April 24th of 2025, that's correct.
And at 12:04 a.m., did it connect?
It successfully made the outgoing call.
And then what happened?
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that Burke made the outgoing call. We can talk about the cell phone making outgoing call. Wait, scroll up attention.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Right there. There you go.
Go
We can talk about the cell phone making outgoing call. Motion to strike.
If you can clarify with regard to that, any reference should be to the devices rather than Mr. Burke.
That's
sure.
Unless there's other evidence to cite that.
Other than the fact that it's registered to him.
Yes, but it's still with regard to who actually made the phone call. That's not yet been established. So just refer to the device.
I'm motherfucking Beth Silverman, all right? What are you talking about, court?
I'm going to bring it up.
I'm going to bring it up. Fine. When the defendant's device made an outgoing call to the victim's cell phone at the 3161 number at 12:04, what was the result?
The call went through.
Okay. And did someone answer? Or from the records, what happened with that call?
It did. That call appeared to have gone to voicemail, and then there's an indication that the phone was not reachable at that time.
And why was that?
Can't tell you exactly, but the phone is not reachable. So it usually means three things to us. The phone is in airplane mode, it was off, or could have been out of network.
Okay. And we know at this point, if there's an outgoing call from the defendant's cell phone, that his phone is connected to the network at that point?
Yes, that's correct. That call utilized the tower that we see here.
Showing you page 12 of your exhibit, tell us what you illustrated here, please.
Again, we have the Tesla device ending in 9025, and then the phone number ending in 0571 illustrated in the blue and the pink. This is from, it looks like April 24th, 2025, I looked at records from 1:28 a.m. to 1:29 a.m. And there's two transactions utilizing this cell phone tower that we see right here that Tesla had a timing advance transaction over here at approximately 1:28 a.m. And then the cell phone ending in 0571 had a transaction using this side of the cell phone tower right here.
Okay, this area, by the way, off of the 154, where you've identified the location where evidence was recovered, the 154, is that also the San Marcos Pass?
Yes, it was identified as that as well.
Showing you the next slide, page 13, can you describe for us what you've identified here?
Sure. This is again for the 9025, the Tesla device. Now we're on two different dates here, which is going to be May 8th, 2025. And these records that we see here are ran from 8 p.m. to May 9th, 2025 at about 1:01 a.m. And this is to show, if we look here on the bottom right, the device was in the area of 1368 Doheny at approximately 8:01 p.m. And by 1 a.m. on May 9th, the device utilized a cell phone tower located to over here.
Okay, and so when you say over here, does that mean that once again, as we saw on the April 23rd date into the early morning hours of April 24th of 2025, the defendant's cell phone and vehicle traveled up to the same location?
Consistent with being roughly the same area.
Same area where the evidence was recovered from that you've identified here, correct?
Yes, we'll see that in the next two slides from now.
Okay, and this was in the middle of the night again?
Yes, 8 p.m. until 1 a.m. Yes.
Okay, showing you the next slide, page 14.
This is again for the 9025 number, the Tesla. On May 9th at about 1 a.m., the device uses a tower located here, and then by May 9th at approximately 5:15 a.m., the device shows to be in the area illustrated by that number 2 over here by approximately 5:15 a.m.
Returning back to the Doheny residence.
The area of the Doheny residence, correct.
What about in page 15 of your exhibit? What did you depict here?
So this slide has the Tesla device in the 9025 and the cell phone number in 0571. This is similar to the last one we saw. This was from May 9th, 2025 between 1:50 a.m. and 1:52. There are 3 transactions utilizing the cell phone tower here. One at approximately 1:50 a.m. from the Tesla, and then one at approximately 1:51 a.m. from the number ending in 0571, and there's another Tesla transaction at about 1:51 a.m.
And did the defendant, his vehicle, and his phone also travel up to this same area a third time?
It's roughly a little farther south, but yes, it goes north of here, yes.
Looking at page 16 of your exhibit, can you tell us what you've depicted here?
Yes, so we're on a new date here. We're on May 31st, 2025, and this analysis was done between 1:25 p.m. and 5:52 p.m. Again, for that Tesla ending in 9025. The device was down here located by 1 in the area of 1368 Doheny Place at approximately 1:25 p.m. And then by 5:51 p.m., the device was located by this red number 2 that's illustrated on the screen at approximately 5:51 p.m.
Okay, looking at the next page, page 17.
And page 17 is again for that Tesla ending in 9025 from May 31st, 2025 from about 6 p.m. to 8:20 p.m. This is done to illustrate southbound travel. So this red one over here that we see, the device was in that area approximately 6:01 p.m. And by about 8:19 p.m., the device was consistent with being in the area of Doheny on May 31st, 2025.
Okay, and one last slide, page 18.
So this slide here is for the Tesla again ending in 9025 and the cell phone number ending in 0571. This is on the 31st of 2025 between 4:47 p.m. and 4:48. And again, that cell phone tower has transactions with both the 9025 device, the Tesla, and the 0571 phone number at about 4:47 p.m.
Your Honor, I have another exhibit that looks like a Google Maps depiction. It is titled Victim's Passport Card and Tesla Charging Station, Santa Barbara County. May it be marked as People's 35 for identification.
So marked.
Showing you People's 35 for identification. Do you know what you're looking at here?
This looks like it actually like a map from one location to another ending in another ending location. Looks like a Tesla charging station.
Okay. Looking at the location in the bottom right where it says victim's passport card, is this consistent with the location of the evidence that you diagrammed on your exhibits?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled. You may answer.
It appears so. It would be in the approximate area. I couldn't see without the log, but the approximate, sure.
And looking at this area up here where it says Tesla charging station, California 154 number, blah, 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 Santa Ynez, California. Is there also a location the defendant traveled to on his trips up north to Santa Barbara County?
It is.
Objection, lack of foundation.
Sustained again. If you can refer to Mr. Burke's car.
Sure. Did his car and cell phone travel that location as well?
The vehicle certainly did, yes.
And did you also review documentation from the defendant's Tesla infotainment system that contained locations in Santa Barbara County?
I believe the charging records, right, yes.
And did that include from the infotainment system? Did it include the area titled Lake Cachuma?
I did see that, yes.
And then, with respects to the charging records containing a Tesla charging station off of the 154 identified as station, blah, blah, blah,
Yes, I did see that on the charging records from Tesla.
So in this case, did the defendant's cellular data corroborate his Tesla data?
Yes.
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
It
Go ahead.
appeared that the devices were traveling in unison.
I'm going to stop you. I'm going to go ahead and stop you right there.
Okay.
That's me. Or that? Oh,
Yes,
Miss
you.
Silverman,
Go ahead.
I apologize. We have to break just a little bit earlier. There's a judges meeting, a lunch meeting, so we'll break. We'll break at this point, sir. Your order back here at 1:30 without any further orders or notice.
All right, we got to talk about that. So they basically, in short, they were able to track the infotainment Tesla with his phone, corroborating that it traveled to where this passport was at, correct? Or am I missing the point here?
Yeah. And so one of the things I'm going to show you, my drawing is my drawing. Okay.
No, I love
great
it.
at this, but
matter of fact, let me blow you up so everybody can see the drawing. Hold up, girl. Because I think this would be good.
It sounds confusing when you're just hearing it, right? But he was showing us a PowerPoint. That's what we were looking at. So we were seeing everything he was talking about. So one of the things, and they'll address this a little bit on cross. Let's say that this is David's house. That there he is. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about 3 different cell phone towers within LA, because they're trying to say, how do you know he was there? That device was at his home. Well, say this was Tower 1, like this was actually over by Culver City. This was close, like these are 3 different towers. They put out this frequency and this arch. This is the arch he was talking about. What happened is all 3 of these towers actually have an arch intersecting. They all intersected, boom, at his location. So it was 3 verifying this is where that device was. That's why he was talking. This is why he's talking about these arches. They all happen to overlap to ping him there. So that was pretty definitive because they're like, how can you tell, this is where it was and when it left? So that's when they was talking about the like 1101, 1106, 1111 pinging. It was these different towers pinging and planting him there.
That's how they triangulate your location based on the towers. Yeah.
Marissa, there are people that are watching us vertically. You know how where you had the red pen? Move the picture to the pen area. Keep going. It's going to get us vertically. There you go. Perfect. Okay. No, you're a little too far.
Yep.
There you go. Perfect. Yeah. So what you're showing us here is basically how maybe the exhibit was explained by the detective. That's so interesting. Joe, what do you think about this little...
And each tower was in a different city?
These are all within LA or LA County, but this is like further south. Say this was the Culver City area. If I don't know where I put my notebook because I have it but it looked like this. This could be more by a little further east LA. This would be more by West Hollywood near him. Okay. And these 3 towers triangulated. That's when he speaks of the arching, and the dot, this little house, is David. To verify that, yes, this is where he was, so they know where he was, and then they know when his device left.
Do you have an illustration that showed what he's talking about when they went when the data traveled up to 154?
Yeah, I mean, basically, they showed us just like, say this was California, and I'm like,
can you see?
We just had a line. Okay, we had a line that just showed a simple line of travel, like if you GPS it all the way up to Santa Maria. But what we did have is also, if you look at, and I tried to overlay it the best I could from my drawing, they show us Lake Kachuma when they're talking about these locations and where he pinged as well. And they showed us dots of where he pinged around that area. So around where that passport card was found. And there was some other dots, and like specifically one of them, because I was trying to kind of draw what they had to see where he pinged, was very close, right on the edge of Lake Kachuma. Right on the edge.
Yeah, because when they triangulate a cell phone, like your location, what they do is they use there's towers everywhere, and your phone is going to grab the closest one with the best service to you. So it's that they know, they're just, I guess, trying to narrow down that he could not have traveled outside of those areas because his phone pinged nowhere but in the direction that he went, in the direction where evidence was found. I guess that's what they're trying to point out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it couldn't have been further than the furthest ping that his phone made, and it would have been further back than where his house is because that was the furthest back it pinged in his house, I guess.
I mean, we could say now that they tied him there to basically to the location of all these where the evidence was found too, right?
Well, not
With the
him.
Tesla.
His phone and his Tesla.
And
That's right. That's right.
Hey, Beth,
Miss
it was
Silverman?
not,
I'm
it
Beth
was not
motherfucking
him.
Silverman. What I said goes, okay?
The
If it said it's
Tesla and
tied,
the
it's
device.
tied.
Do you guys think that he put her cell phone on
it
airplane
off.
mode or turned it off completely?
I think he turned it off.
I think he turned it off too, because I think even airplane mode, it would have hit a tower at some way, or it would have hit a tower somehow. Even and it would have showed traveling with him, which is kind of crazy because he's stupid for everything else. Right?
Yes.
It's like, let me go commit this crime, not in a regular car, in a Tesla.
Yeah.
With unregistered
What was
plates.
if he thought he was gonna get caught? What was his excuse? I can say that it drove itself.
Swing for a night ride.
It
I
stole
wouldn't
my
mind passing.
it stole my phone and everything.
Yeah, it took my phone. It was the
I
bonnet.
went for a drive. What
Or
was
he
that one
wasn't there.
talking
Yeah, he
car?
wasn't home to do the crime. Maybe. No, I went on a ride. I left the area.
Well, he made
And-
a perfect
and-
You could
figure.
pin it.
And remind me, her cell phone was last pinged near his house or within the house.
Hmm. When she was dropped off.
Yeah, that was. They didn't say ping, but they specifically just they stated it as the last text message was sent
Hmm.
at a time,
Okay.
but they didn't connect it cellularly when it came to evidence-wise. They didn't say that.
So
Probably
they
during
know-
trial.
Yeah,
So
I would anticipate.
So he didn't say how close that second phone would have been to David's house.
They did not.
Interesting.
I'm sure they'll do that.
But they analyzed a
during
lot
trial.
of phone. Yeah, when they asked him how many phone numbers or phones were analyzed in this case, and he said a lot. There's more. So they're just covering this situation.
Did we get
He
a
had
number? Do you guys remember
8.
the number? I think they
He
told
had
us
8.
one. Wow.
Like
Yeah, it was
he
like
had
a
8
total
cell
of-
phones.
Yeah, a total of 8, but I believe only 6 were recovered, right? Or 8 was the number of phones recovered.
Why
I
am I
don't know,
thinking
but
it was
I
more
know he
than
had
that?
8.
Because I remember that coming up at one point. I remember hearing that a certain amount of phones were not recovered, but and a certain amount were sought. I remember hearing 2 were not recovered.
I think Khadijah knows the one that I think hers was not recovered, and I'm sure that was one of the ones that was in his plan because I think that's the one that he got her. So he was probably paying for it, and
Mhm.
then the one that said what is it Terminator or something like that was called
Yes.
Oh, tranquilizer.
Tranquilizer.
Yeah.
Terminator. Tranquilizer.
Yeah, that was the name of the system too. So I think that's the name they followed all the way from his house up to 154.
Terminator.
What an idiot.
That was funny. I didn't expect that one. All right, guys. Ready? So Judge says she's going to a fancy meeting.
Was
Yeah,
this
she
the
had a
end of day
judge's
1?
meeting.
I mean, of
This-
day 3?
This is day 3.
This is day 3.
But did they
Yeah.
end it, or did she just have like a break for a meeting?
Oh, lunch. We went to lunch.
okay.
Lunch.
okay.
But she had a judge's meeting during lunch.
Ah,
so she
no
had a
recess,
working
I got
she had a working lunch to do.
Yeah.
So she came back mad. She came back angry.
Then when does she eat if she's having a meeting during her lunch? I would have been
Just
pissed.
take your
During
lunch.
your
break.
Going to
meeting.
eat what may be left
Yeah.
of David's soul. That's what she's going to be eating. This woman's cheesed.
Listen, I don't like lunch meetings. I'm like, hey, listen, separate the two. Boundaries are important.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, okay. Well, let's see.
No one can pay me enough to put up with a certain kinds of people all day without eating something.
I get angry
No,
when I'm
all day.
hungry.
That's hilarious. I get angry, right? And then you like working with people, you're like, I'm trying to eat and I can't because these people are making me angry. Anyways, Y'all ready? So we're on page 95 now, right?
Yes.
And back. So we're still on direct examination.
Yeah. So when we start?
You want to start at 9 either 19?
14.
Rabbit, can you switch your screen back to the transcript?
Yes, I'm sorry. I forgot.
We love
We're back on
the
the
cat.
record?
We love everybody here.
This is the bailiff. The bailiff is here.
I'm gonna have to get me a
As long as
gavel.
the bailiff doesn't fly like
Never
that
know.
cat was like, ooh, I was like, wow.
Rabbit, you're gonna have to use your gavel for me. Order in the court.
Oh, where's your gavel? I was gonna say.
I need to get
Where's
me a
your
gavel.
I know I need a gavel.
I don't know if you want to give me a gavel, man, because I'm the best mother effing Silverman. I probably. Where's Steve at? Let me knock his ass out. Go find me, Steve. Off with his head. All right. Okay.
So we are back on the record. We have Mr. Burke present, all counsel person, our iOS. The witness can resume the stand. Sir, I remind you that you remain under oath at this time.
Of course, Your Honor.
And we're all still on direct examination, I believe.
Yes. Just finishing up.
All right, Ms. Silverman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, did you review certain records relating to the Tesla in this case regarding when the last time was that vehicle was driven or moved before it was towed?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine based on your review of those records?
So I reviewed surveillance video, cellular records, and some license plate readings, and I determined that the vehicle does not appear to have been moved, and nor was it driven during between July 29th at approximately 2 p.m. to September 5th.
So the last time the vehicle was driven was July 29th of 2025. Can I just remind everybody that was a year ago on Wednesday? Wow.
Yeah.
I just realized today. That's insane. Okay. So the last time that the vehicle was driven was July 29th of 2025?
That is correct.
Thank you. I'm done, right? Thank you.
Oh, sorry. And I'm sorry, just to clarify, is that based upon the surveillance video and the license plate readers, or is that also based upon any of the cell phone records?
That is also based upon the cell phone records, Your Honor.
Silverman?
That's all. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you employed by the FBI?
So I'm a task force officer with the FBI, so I was sworn in to be able to assist them with federal cases, but my primary employer, the one I'm paid by, is still the city of Los Angeles.
And is that the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes.
And when did you start your employment with Los Angeles Police Department? January
of 2017.
And when did you leave Verizon?
I left Verizon I left the law enforcement section in October of 2015, but I left the company a little bit later.
How many times have you testified in a courtroom where you were qualified as an expert in cell site analysis?
I've testified 5 times before this, once in federal and 4 times in state court.
In each of those 5 times, you've testified as an expert?
That's correct. I gave an opinion.
And were all of those times for the prosecution?
That is correct.
And by that, I mean either a district attorney or an assistant United States attorney.
That is correct, yes.
Give me line 3 on top, please. Perfect. Have you been on the cellular analysis survey team since 2017?
No, I have not.
Okay, so when you came in January 2017, where were you assigned before the cellular analysis survey team?
I was in totality or...
Your Honor, can I rephrase that question?
You may.
Can you just tell us very briefly your employment progression with the LAPD from January of 2017 to joining the cellular analysis team?
Sure. I started out in the academy like every other police officer. I did several years of patrol. After patrol, I did some special events, Department Operations Center. I assisted certain divisions with cell phone records, analyzing them. So the West Bureau SMEX detectives I assisted with. I did several stints in robbery homicide division. So before I was a detective, I was also in robbery homicide division as a police officer as well. And I was doing this sort of cellular analysis every day.
And when did you join the CAST unit?
I took my basic course, or the first step of it, in 2023, and I just completed it in October of last year. And that's when I became fully certified.
And that's the acronym CAST, C-A-S-T. That's the acronym for the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
That is correct.
We know you did a PowerPoint. Did you prepare this PowerPoint yourself?
I did, yes.
Did you also write a report?
I did. A report? No, I don't believe so.
Was there any written report covering or summarizing your cellular analysis done in this case?
No, I just usually do the PowerPoint and I speak to it.
And in doing that or in preparing that, did you have handwritten notes that you worked off of in order to prepare your PowerPoint?
Sure. I mean, I take notes as I go along.
Were you asked to do any other cellular analysis in any other devices other than the two you've described to us?
Yes, I've done several throughout the case.
Oh, I'm sorry. My question was really bad. Let me try again. Right there. In this case, were you asked to do a cellular analysis of any other devices other than the two, the cell phone and the Tesla, that you described here?
I've done other ones throughout the case, yes.
Did you do a cellular analysis of Ms. Hernandez's phone?
Objection vague. There are multiple people with that last name.
It's true, though.
Hold on. Do you understand the question?
If she could rephrase it so I could answer precisely.
All right. If you want to rephrase.
Sure. You talked about a phone call connected. Sorry. You talked about a phone call that connected at 12:04 on April 24th. And if it's helpful to you, it was page 11 of your summary.
It was the only phone call I mapped, I believe.
The phone ending in 3161. Did you do an analysis of that cellular phone?
I reviewed the records for it.
Was there any... Wait, where'd they go? Right there. Was there any GPS location data from that phone?
So for the historical call detail records as it relates to carriers, there's no historical GPS data.
Was there any GPS data on the records that came from the carrier, but in the actual phone itself?
I can't speak to that. I'm only here for call detail records from the cell phone carriers.
I see. So you did not examine the device yourself ending in 3161 for location or GPS data?
All that I reviewed is the call detail records that came from the cell phone carriers.
Got you. So I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong. The analysis you did for the PowerPoint that we looked at, that was largely based on call detail records from AT&T and T-Mobile, right?
That is correct. Call detail records and timing advance records.
Timing advance records that you're talking about, that was records also from AT&T and T-Mobile, right?
Yes, those come from the carriers.
And the AT&T records were associated with 0571 phone, right?
Some of the records were.
And the T-Mobile records that you referred to were SIM records associated with a modem in the Tesla?
Your Honor, object. This misstates the evidence.
All right.
You want to rephrase?
Sure. The SIMS records that were associated, the IMSI records.
Okay.
Associated with the Tesla, did those come from the phone company or did they come from the physical modem in the Tesla?
They came from the phone company.
Okay. And for the cell phone that your analysis did and the Tesla data that your analysis did, am I correct that none of that was based on GPS data from either cell phone or Tesla modem?
Correct. There's no historical GPS data from the cell phone carriers, so none of that was based off of GPS.
And You did not do a drive test yourself in this case, right?
No. So that's a vastly large area, and we have timing events. So typically we don't do drive testing because we know how far away the device was from the cell phone tower.
And so when you were referring to direct to drive testing, when you were referring on direct to drive testing, you were referring generally to that's something you've done in other cases?
I have done in previous cases. I think when drive testing was brought up in my direct, it was to my training. I was trained on it.
And you didn't test, for instance, in this case, the driving distance yourself physically from the road to a tower, right?
Not in this case, no.
Now, the areas that are reflected by the arcs that you drew or that were drawn by a programmer, perhaps in your PowerPoint, those demonstrate approximate locations of the area that the tower may cover, right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Me either. Well, it's a drawing and it's a wedge drawing, but out there in the real world, the tower communication is not an exact straight line that is drawn in the sand, right?
Well, radio frequency does not come out of the cell phone tower in a straight line per se. Is that kind of your question?
Right. It's drawn as a straight line, but that's just meant to be kind of a demonstrative aid to show us, okay, this is an approximate area that this tower covers, right?
Those are the distances according to the records that AT&T provided.
And so in those, in the real world out there, the radio frequency, which is what's being sent out from the tower or connecting to a device, may be more of a wavy line or nonlinear line, right?
Not sure so we get the tower sector, and then the timing advance provides us a distance from the tower. So those are illustrated by, if you want to throw up one of my slides, we can go over that. So those are illustrated by that. Those are, I've used timing events to locate individuals, evidence, accounts, times, and so has other members of cast.
And these location areas that you're demonstrating in your arcs, those are approximations, correct?
Timing events, it's accurate. Like, as I said before, I've located numerous individuals, whether criminals or not, using those records. It's what we rely on.
So on page 2 of your analysis, you described your methodology, right?
Yes.
Why don't we put page 2 up on the Elmo, and I'm going to direct you to section 2.
Okay.
In which you describe your methodology, and you say an analysis was performed on the call detail records obtained for target cell phones, right?
Yes.
And you say the call detail records documented the network interaction and, let me start that over. And you say the call detail records documented the network interaction to and from the target cell phone, right?
Yes.
You go on to say, additionally, the records documented the cell phone tower and cell sector cell site, which served the cell phone during this activity, right?
Correct.
Using in conjunction the call detail records and a list of cell site locations illustrate an approximate location of the target cell phone when it initiated contact with the network, right?
Correct.
Nothing in your methodology produces an exact latitude and longitude for cell phone device?
No, I've only testified to general areas today.
And nothing in your methodology produces an exact latitude and longitude for the Tesla device, right?
No, I've not produced any, no.
So that's a correct statement?
Yes, I have not used any GPS for latitude and longitudes in my PowerPoint today.
And so my question, nothing in your methodology for this analysis produces an exact latitude and longitude for the Tesla, correct?
No.
That's a correct statement?
Right. There's no exact latitude and longitude that I testified to today.
And so what your analysis tells us with respect to the two devices is that they were in a general coverage area of a particular cell sector at a particular time, right?
Well, we have timing advance too, which gives a much more precise location. So it's just not general, it's more refined. So we know exactly how far away the device was from the cell phone tower. So it's a little more than just the general area.
So you can approximate a distance, but you cannot give us an exact latitude or longitude for those devices?
No, I couldn't give you an exact one, no.
Can we look at page 7? Your Honor, what I'm referring to for the record is governments or people's 54.
All right, thank you. Page 7.
And this is an example of your drawing of some arcs that reflect the general coverage area from 3. It looks like 3 different cell towers.
Yes, 3 cell towers being measured during this time period.
So does this drawing, page 7, tell us that the cell phone could be within any of these 3 arced areas?
So with timing advance, so when we have one, let's just say we had tower number 1. So we know exactly how far the device was away from the cell phone tower. But now we have 3 transactions. And when those 3 transactions tend to, all the arcs kind of start to intersect. Then I'm able to get a much more kind of precise location on where a device may be located. And if you note that all those arcs are intersecting near 1368 Doheny Place, which is how I came up with the opinion that the device was consistent with being in the area of that residence.
So do you have that stick?
I do have a stick.
Okay, which arc did you determine was the one, based on your analysis, gave us the most precise location or the general approximate area of where this phone was? Is that for me? Oh, that is still for me. As I stated earlier, it's all the arcs in the. No, I think that is for you. As I stated earlier,
there's a typo. She forgot to put the answer there.
Yeah, she forgot to put A.
Okay.
Yeah, it's yours.
It is? Okay.
Number 19.
As I stated earlier, it's all the arcs in their totality, they're intersecting. So I don't just base it off of one. I do it off of my opinions are based off of all 3 of these towers. So I'm not going to point to one arc and say this is the one that shows, because as you can see, they all intersect. And they're all almost or are encompassing the 1368 Doheny Place, which is how I came to my conclusion. So is it a fair? I think
it actually was mine. Okay. All right. What line was
so 28 then is yours. They
28.
missed an A.
Okay. So it is a fair statement. What this page can show us is that the house on Doheny was in the general area that's marked by the little red square underneath the orange icon.
I will point to it. It's the little yellow orange square. This is how the residence is displayed on the map. And right above here where the arrow is pointing is going to be about where that address is that I listed.
Right. So Tower 1, indicated by the red circle in the one with the 1 in it. Frequency area giving us the general approximation of the arc area made it possible that cell phone was in the arc of number 1, right?
The Tesla, yes. Yes, the arcs are consistent with encompassing Doheny Place.
Okay, but you cannot say that the Tesla was at the exact address at Doheny Place. You can say it's consistent with this radio frequency area, right?
I cannot say it was exactly at Doheny Place. I can say it was consistent with being in the area of Doheny Place.
As indicated by the general approximation area of arcs 1 and 2 and 3, right?
Right.
Now, one of the things I think we learned, and we can take a look at page 11. This was the page where I think you told us that an outgoing call was made from 0571 and connected to a phone 3161, right?
Right.
That works. And that's the one where you said there are multiple possibilities. It could mean that the phone wasn't reached. It could mean that it was in an airplane mode, or it could mean that it was off the network, right?
Or off completely.
So, and so this diagram tells us is that the telephone 0571, the cell phone, and the Tesla are 2 devices that the data that you amassed or analyzed could place those devices within these arced areas, correct?
Yes, as I testified to before, I generally expect to find the device within those arcs that you see from the timing advance in the Tesla, and combined with at the same exact time or near the same time that the phone call was made from the 0571, the Tesla was also giving timing advance transactions. So it appeared that they are traveling either together or very close together.
But you cannot say any more exactly than that they were together?
No, but I think on the next slide too, I pointed to another time where they're both using the same tower close to a very similar time, and that's kind of a farther distance away from where we are now. I forgot the time, but if you want to go to that slide, we can go over that too.
Now, if we look at that slide on page 12, you're talking about a call at 128? I'm sorry, an activation of some kind.
It's a data transaction.
And so that is not necessarily a phone call, right?
I couldn't tell you what it is, just that the phone accessed the internet.
Now, when you're tracking, I want to go back to tracking the Tesla data. The data from the company, the IMSI data from AT&T, is associated with the modem in the car, right?
Or the modem that connects to the cellular network.
And the modem in the Tesla generally creates signaling activity automatically without human intervention sometimes, right? Or human activity?
Right, yes. So all these timing advance transactions, they are not user generated. These are generated by the network.
And those could constitute things like notifications or background sleeping of some kind.
Timing advance isn't really just based off of that. It's kind of a necessary thing that the network needs to do to keep all the devices around it synchronized with it.
So signaling record like that can't tell you if someone was in the vehicle, right?
It just tells me that the device was near there. I assume somebody was in it. Someone had to be driving it.
It can't tell you if a particular person was in it, right?
Not a particular person, no.
It can't tell you if more than one person was in it, right?
I cannot, no.
And so with respect to this analysis that you did, Exhibit 54, which includes trips on April 23, May 9th, and May 31st, you cannot determine with respect to any of those dates who was driving, right?
No, I could only come to the conclusion that during those times, it appeared that the 0571 and the Tesla was driving in sync with each other.
Well, we're going to talk some more about that.
Okay.
The call detail records, the 0571 records, I didn't understand something about your testimony on direct that perhaps you could clarify. And that is, did you determine with respect to mapping the cell phone data, which side of any particular tower was connecting at any point in time in your analysis?
You mean verbally, or so it's displayed up here. So this is one tower that's over here. And so this arc that you see here is an identified sector. And then this one too is also another identified sector. So they're all, each side of the tower that I've shown has been displayed, except for like the driving back and forth.
So which side, for instance, we're looking at page, is that 12 that's up there still? Okay, we've confirmed it's 12. Is this demonstrating to us that both sides of the cell phone tower were connecting at the timestamp there, 1:28:51 a.m.?
Yes.
There was a call. Let's take a look at page 11. And this is the one that had the connection, but you couldn't determine if it went to, could you determine if it went to voicemail or could not determine?
For the 3161, that call went to voicemail.
It did go to voicemail.
It did, because the network on there did not have any phone to reach, so it went to voicemail.
And the call records, do they have some designation on them? Do they have some designation on them that says VM or voicemail?
There's an incoming call, and then you could see that the call was forwarded to like usually a 999 number, which indicates that the voicemail call was made or the call went to voicemail.
I see, and you recall that from your analysis here, that what the records look like.
I do recall that.
Now, your records can't tell you who is physically holding the 0571 phone, right?
I cannot tell who is holding the phone. No.
And you can't tell us if someone other than a subscriber holding it, right?
I cannot tell who is holding the phone.
You can't tell us if it's even being held at the time by a person, right?
I mean, for an outgoing call, it's usually a user-initiated activity.
Do cell phones connect?
Ma'am, no, sir.
We got to talk about this at some point. This is, I'm going to say this.
Actually, can we have
defense.
Can we pause just a moment so I can ask her? I'm hearing frustration in your voice when you were reading this to me, and I'm not even the one doing this to you. Is that what they were doing when you were there?
Ew. This was the most painful part of the testimony. Bernardsky was the one doing the cross, and you don't understand also how slow this went. This is like and no disrespect, but like, you know, she's older, but like someone who does not understand any technology or maybe how to use their phone or computer, trying to ask technological questions, but it wasn't flowing at all. It was really the same thing. She kept asking the same thing when she was talking about the frequency. She's like, so that just goes in a straight line. How can you tell that's a general area? And he's like, no, it's an arc. Like, and we know. But it was like someone you know that has no idea about technology up there trying to ask technology questions, but it was painful. And he was like, no.
But it's working though. I think it's like I'm saying, as far as the defense goes, because it's kind of like, well, you don't know who's holding the phone. Well, yeah, of course we don't know that. I mean,
right. That's not what it's for. So that's not unfair. That's not unfair to bring that up though. That this data doesn't tell us, because it's not camera data. It's only telling us that a person operated this stuff. We still haven't exactly proven who it was, and that's really all that's being highlighted here with the questioning, that we don't exactly know who did what. And she's just keeping him honest. As far as I can tell, she's keeping him honest, that he didn't see a person. He didn't say anything about passwords or anything like that. So it's just keeping him honest so that, and I also think they're trying to catch him slipping. That's why some of these questions are so imprecise.
Yes.
I think that she knows the answers to all of these. She's just trying to,
I think she's doing it on purpose. I mean, maybe.
Of course, she understands this. I'm sure this is not her first rodeo with today's technology.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, she was there. Marissa's there, so she probably gets, because she has a real perspective because she was there. But my question is, imagine the jury, though. This is the kind of stuff, not every juror is going to understand technology. So this is going to have to be broken down, right? Mm-hmm. As painful as it is.
Yeah, he'll be back at trial.
And that's why they do it, to confuse the jury, because they're not as, they don't hear this every day. And that's why I asked the question yesterday. A judge listens to this type of information, evidence every day, kind of, Yeah. So they are very familiar. So it's not like you're going to fool the judge with all these silly questions. The judge knows and knows how reliable this type of data is,
Oh, yeah.
One thing that did kind of confuse me is the way that she's using the arch. I've never heard it that way, because you usually can point a path of, like, they travel based on the different pins. They're always pointing it back to his house. I don't get why they're doing that. Like, why would the arch always cross the house of origin? Like,
it's 3 cell towers that were collecting the information from his device or car. And they just happened because there was 3 within range. So the ranges all overlapped at that location because there was 3 within range.
But the range is not like an hour away.
No.
Okay, so they're all close to his house.
They're all close to his house because of it being a major metropolitan city, as they said.
Okay.
Because there's more here. Versus when he goes up to the other area in Santa Barbara County, right? There's less towers versus when he was here in the city.
I thought it was depicting like the furthest he drove that night, like the furthest tower in your picture. I thought it was like the one an hour away, or I don't want to.
Yeah, no, that was just locally, so they could say when he was at the home, and then accurately when he left the area of the home.
Got it. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Wow. Well, y'all ready? Let's keep going. We're almost there. I think we're Did we leave off a
Line
question?
14 where you highlighted, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Do cell phones connect with towers without human intervention or action?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Sure, it was probably a bad one. Let's say I've got a T-Mobile phone and it's on.
Okay.
And I'm not doing anything with it, and it's sitting on a lectern here. On this lectern, okay, this lectern here. Can it connect with a cell phone tower without me doing anything?
It needs to, yes. So it usually seeks out the best, the clearest, best and strong signal, and it kind of just sits there until some sort of activity occurs. So your phone is always looking at the cell phone towers, the nearest cell phone tower. These things happen at microseconds.
And wait, where'd it go? Where'd it go? There we go. And it could be switching around without me knowing, right?
You wouldn't know that's happening, no.
And can it be switching around to different towers if somebody else was trying to connect with me? Like if someone was trying to send me a text or trying to make a call or email?
Can you rephrase that question, please? I'm not sure.
Right. Will my cell phone, it's turned on, but it's just sitting here. I'm not doing anything.
Okay.
Wait, can you give me line 14 towards the top? That works. Will someone else's initiated communication of some kind or accompanied communication of some kind, like sending me something, cause my phone to try to connect with whatever tower it can in that general area?
So your phone, as it's laying there, is connected to a tower. And the tower that it's connected to, you get an incoming phone call, it would connect to that. Like the information has to come from the cell phone tower.
And does this tower change depending on what the initiating contact was on the other end? Does it matter if it was coming from LA or coming from San Diego?
That is not relevant, no. It's in regards to the clearest, best, and strongest signal. It doesn't matter where in the country the call is coming from.
Now, you've mapped the phone and the Tesla at times connecting to the same towers, right?
Yes.
You give me line 5 at the top. And that tells us, based on your analysis, that they were both somewhere in the tower's coverage area. And the moment you're mapping, you've mapped it, right? I mean, at the timestamp that you're mapping it. Sorry, it got a little blurry.
Right.
Yeah, there we go. And a single sector of tower can cover this very distance. In other words, not all towers have the same sector distance.
I would agree on that, sure.
And do you have an approximation, for instance, on page 11, the one that's up in front of us on the right side of the sector, that one that I would say maybe starts around 2 o'clock and goes around 5 o'clock? If we're looking at an old-fashioned clock, do you have an idea what the general mileage area in that internal arc exists? You know, how much mileage does it cover?
Which device are we talking about?
Because the arc on the right, is that associated with one or the other of the devices? Let's talk about the arc on the right first, the one that goes from about 2 o'clock and to about 5 o'clock.
This one?
Yeah.
That is associated with the Tesla is in blue, and so is that tower. So that's associated, that interaction with the network is associated with the Tesla.
And what's your estimate of the mileage area that it covers within the arc?
This is not my estimate. This is AT&T's network estimate, or not an estimate. It's a network calculation on how far away the device was from it. So at 12:04 and 2 seconds, it was 0.82 miles away, which is demonstrated by that arc right over here.
Right. It's a little different than my question. So did you do any mathematical calculation of what the total coverage area within the arc that we're talking about?
No, I did not do anything on the coverage area, but the network is telling me how far away the device is. It's just 0.82 miles.
So the two devices which your analysis tells us are within a certain arc area, can you tell us how far apart they are?
I cannot, no.
And
Oh, I can just tell you that they're consistent with being in the same area. The 0571 and the 9025 for the Tesla, they appeared to be in the same area around the same time.
Hey, can you tell us how big that area is?
I cannot.
So the bottom line is they're also consistent with not being immediately together.
Well, they've traveled, again, my opinion has come from not only this slide, but the next slide. And they've traveled pretty far. And each path that they travel, they seem to be, they are moving in sync with the cell phone towers in the sectors, which gives me the opinion that they are moving together.
Okay, but there's no one point in time where you could tell us that those two, they may appear together, they may be consistent with being together. Are they also consistent with being separated from each other, whether it's 10 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet? You can't get us down to the kind of level of detail like that to tell us that, right?
No, I don't.
No other questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Lord have mercy. Thank God.
Oh my God. I'm lost. Wait, what page?
Felt so
Number
bad
18.
for that guy too.
117. 117, line
to it.
18.
I'm going to admonish Pika.
You're not going to admonish the mods. Hey, Liv, where's Sylvia? Shout out to
Throwing
Sylvia.
off my
Sylvia in the chat.
concentration.
Oh,
Your
man.
Honor, it's
All
my
right.
first day.
Thank you. Redirect.
Lord. See, I was waiting for Silverman to object at some point. She was like, she probably did this shit on purpose. I'm gonna torture these people here in this call.
She is. Nope, she
She
is.
did.
Remember, what he said now, even though this is a separate hearing from the trial, if he trips over his words at the trial, then we're gonna revisit this, and defense is gonna hit home that you're changing your story.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
That's
true.
the point of all this. Yeah, it's irritating now, but yeah, it's intentional. But
Oh,
it's
man.
important.
What
Trust
was
and
that?
trust.
recall,
Beth
sir,
Beth
during
would do the
present-
same. If defense had any witnesses, that's a good reason. I don't
To
think
impeach.
there are going to be witnesses in his defense anyway. But if defense had any witnesses, Beth would do the same.
Oh, they'll
Abraham
bring
Lu-
in witnesses. I'm sure they'll bring in witnesses.
We'll see. All right, y'all ready? Okay, it's my turn. So 923. So I guess we're doing cross. Redirect. Okay. You didn't write a report because all of your data analysis contained within your PowerPoint, right?
That is correct.
That's how CAS provides the information, correct?
Right. I get something to display and I can talk about it.
All right, I have nothing further.
Your Honor, there's one thing I forgot to do.
Then you may reopen cross.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hold up.
Oh boy. I have a question for you about the reference to the evidence recovered data. Excuse me. Let me start that over. It got a little blurry. Sorry. It gets a little blurry on my end, guys, so work with me a little bit. I have a question for you about the reference to the evidence recovered data that you reflect in your exhibit. And let me just refer you to an example. Let's look at page 9. That's the first place from this recovery. If you look at the top left over on the left side, top left, it says evidence recovered. And those are location coordinates, correct?
That is a latitude and longitude.
And did you get that latitude and longitude data from the detectives in the case?
Yes.
And you repeat that some latitude and longitude data on nearly all the subsequent pages. Possibly the exception is page 11, but several pages throughout, right?
Yes.
And the first numbers, 34.503716, is that latitude or longitude?
Latitude.
And the second number, negative 119.809824, is that longitude?
Correct.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit G, which a CHP officer named Born West. Sorry, I can't talk today. We'll call him Bernie. Testified about. I'll show that to you. I'll show you the latitude and longitude numbers he testified to. He dropped the pin to the password ID. And those numbers are different than your numbers, aren't they? Can you read off longitude? Let's make what's up on 11 bigger so we can read it.
Just for the record, this is defense exhibit, not Buenrostro's report, correct?
Let me see, where am I?
Number 18, court.
Hold on, because I lost one. My thing scroll all the way to the bottom.
119, line 18.
Hold on.
No worries.
One button will get you like all the way to the bottom of the page.
Yes.
I don't get it.
I know.
Here. You want me to read it for the moment?
You want me to read it?
Yeah. Yeah. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Line 18, 119. The court says, all right. And what's
All
the
right, and
exhibit
what
number?
G?
All right.
Go ahead.
Okay, my turn. So this is the exhibit that came out during Buenroslo's, in which it reflected the latitude and longitude number that we gave us. He dropped off the pin. And can you read off? Can you read off Buenroslos's numbers from his GPS pin?
So the numbers on here, which again I did not come up with, and I did not have anything to do with this exhibit, but I'll read them. It's 3 4-point numbers, and then -119 point more numbers.
And they're different from your numbers, right?
They are, but I will say that this is almost very close to where I mapped it. So whatever was displayed, whatever I've displayed on my maps is it's accurate to, very close to where that is.
Your Honor, I'll make a motion to strike. There was no question pending. It was non-responsive.
I'll allow him to explain his answer.
So your answer is the numbers are different, right?
They're slightly different, but it's very, very close. If we zoom into one of my slides, we'll see it's very close to where it was dropped on yours.
No further question, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Further redirect?
What you were just looking at, reading numbers off of, you had nothing to do with that particular exhibit?
I did not have anything to do with that exhibit, no.
Thank you.
All right. Any further recross?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The people may call their next witness.
All right. Thank you. People call Samantha. Is it Tosh or how do you say it?
Tosh.
Tosh. Samantha Tosh.
Stop behind the court reporter. Please raise your right hand.
Yada yada yada. Swear.
Yada.
I won't lie, but I will.
Okay. So Samantha Tosh, called as a witness by the people, was sworn in and testified as follows.
Okay. Ma'am, can you tell us how it is that you're employed, please?
I'm currently employed with the Los Angeles Police Department Crime Lab through the city of Los Angeles.
And where are you assigned?
I'm currently assigned to the serology DNA unit.
And I can't even read this, sorry. And what you do in that unit. I don't know if it's a typo. It's like typos. And what you do in that unit. What do you do in that unit? That's how you would say that.
Yeah. In that unit, I'm responsible for the identification of biological fluids, such as blood, semen, and saliva, and then taking those forward to DNA typing, writing a report and testimony, and testifying to those findings if necessary.
What is your title?
I'm a criminalist.
Okay, and how many years have you been at the laboratory as a criminalist?
About 18 years.
And how many years have you been assigned to the serology, or what's referred to as the DNA unit?
The entire time.
Okay, and what level criminalist are you?
I am a DNA analyst.
And beyond the casework, are there other responsibilities that you're also tasked with?
Yes.
And can you describe some of those, please?
I'm also responsible for ensuring that quality measures are taken care of in the lab, so ensuring that all reagents and instruments are verified and checked prior to use. I'm also tasked with ensuring the instruments are used prior to or tested prior to even ensuring or trying to put them into the procedures, so we call that validation. I'm also in charge of writing manuals and methods for some of the changes that are made prior to instituting them in casework. I'm also a technical reviewer of notes, administrative reviewer of notes, and I've performed audits within the lab.
Okay. So basically, it's your responsibility to ensure that the process and all that it entails is functioning the way that it should.
Yes.
And all of the assists in the ensuring, and all of that assists in the ensuring that results are obtained by the analysts in the serology or DNA unit are accurate?
Yes.
By the way, in terms of the work that goes on in the DNA unit, are there documents that are generated each step of the way?
Yes.
And a lot of that documentation, is that generated by the instrumentation that's utilized in this process?
Yes.
And does that documentation remain with the case package for each case for all of the analysis contained within the particular case?
Yes.
And is that also available so someone such as yourself or other qualified DNA analysts could review that documentation that comes to the same conclusion to ensure that it's reliable and accurate?
Yes.
Now, is there some type of lab accreditation process for the LAPD's crime lab?
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
There's internal laboratory audits that occur. There's also external audits that occur, and we are accredited through the American National Standards Institute, the National Accreditation Board under ISO 17025 standards.
And what does that mean to be an accredited laboratory?
It means that our process is reviewed and ensures that we are following those procedures and that we're using the appropriate procedures for our testing.
And in terms of the internal audits, is that part of what someone like you does that we've just talked about, validation with respect to equipment or instrumentation? That's all of the regiments are tested to make sure that they work properly, things of that nature?
Yes.
In addition to that, you mentioned an external audit. What is that?
External audit is when there are auditors, people who know DNA testing procedures, who come into our lab and review all of our procedures and ensure that everybody is following those procedures and that those procedures are accurate for the type of testing that we're performing.
And how often do these external audits occur?
We have an external audit. I believe it's every other year.
And that means a body or an independent from outside, experts from outside your lab come in, go through all of the casework, they review documentation, they ensure that the lab has been following the protocols that are standardized throughout the country?
Yes.
Are there also special QA matters that are in place in the serology or DNA unit?
Yes.
And what does that entail briefly?
The special quality measures that are in place are just that we are making sure that everything is tested prior to using it on any casework or references, and that we're also ensuring that DNA analysts and everybody who is potentially working on cases is properly trained and educated. And then we're also ensuring that we have tested all of the procedures and that they're followed, such as hand washing and wearing proper mask and gloves and wiping bench coats and ensuring that all of the instrumentation is working properly. And then also just ensuring that our methods are adequate for what we do.
And the lab is also secure, is that right?
Yes.
So in other words, individuals from the sheriff's side of the lab where you share building space, they can't just come into the DNA section of the lab?
That is correct. We do have some shared space with them, but things that are to remain separate are separate.
And you also, in terms of the evidence, all of that is kept locked and secure?
Yes.
And are there other protocols in place in terms of how many items you can have open at once on the bench?
Yes.
And how do you, and do you also test your evidence samples separate from the reference samples?
Yes.
What's an evidence sample?
An evidence sample is what we consider an unknown. It is just the items that are potentially picked up at crime scenes or items that are picked up from search warrants, things like that. They're just items that we don't have an expectation of what we would find on them. So we're just testing to see what we would obtain.
And contrast that plus with what a reference sample is?
A reference sample is a known source of DNA. So it's usually submitted and it has a name associated with it because it was collected from that particular person.
Is all of the work that is done within the DNA section also subject to peer review?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Peer review means that anytime a report is published, but even through all of the DNA steps, there is another person who is qualified to perform those steps that is reviewing all of those as well. And all the way through, those are reviewed. And then it gets to the very end and the report is published. And that is also peer reviewed or technically reviewed.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about, if you would, your education, your background, your training that qualifies you for your position there.
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Biochemistry from Whittier College. I have a Master's of Science in Criminalistics from California State University of Los Angeles. I was employed with the crime lab and went straight into the serology DNA unit. And in there, I was trained in serology testing as well as DNA typing. And that included processing thousands of samples all the way through DNA typing, as well as test taking, lectures, reading scientific literature. I've also been trained externally by California Criminalistics Institute. I attend professional meetings through California Association of Criminalists, and I'm also certified as a criminalist by the American Board of Criminalistics.
Approximately how many case samples would you say you've analyzed using DNA typing techniques?
Thousands.
And have you also qualified and testified before as an expert in DNA analysis and the results?
Yes, I have.
Can you very briefly, this is a preliminary hearing, describe for us, what is DNA?
DNA is short for deoxyribonylacid, something like that.
I had to learn how to say that in high school.
It is a molecule that is found in almost every cell of the body. And it's basically like the instruction manual for all of the processes and all of the things that make us unique.
And is DNA unique to each person with the exception, perhaps, of an identical twin?
Yes.
And what is DNA typing?
DNA typing is just the process that we are referring to for forensic testing. And it is the process of taking something that potentially has DNA on it and then going through multiple steps to obtain a result that we can visually look at and form some opinions about and conclusions.
Okay, what evidence process in this case under SID number 25 blah, blah, blah?
Yes.
And does that correspond to an LAPD DR number?
Yes.
And is that case number 25 blah, blah, blah?
Yes.
And what type of procedure is used at your lab that was used in this case in order to develop DNA profiles?
It is a DNA typing process, and generally it's a 4-step process. We will take evidence and reference this separately, and then we will take them through the first step, which is extraction, to try and isolate the DNA. And then from there, it moves to quantitation in trying to determine how much DNA is present. And then the next step would be amplification, which is making thousands of copies of the DNA. And then the last step is trying or producing picture form that we can evaluate.
On a particular piece of equipment?
Yes.
And then with respect to the particular process at each of those steps, are there various protocols employed to ensure, again, that there's no contamination or cross-contamination or any of that nature going on?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about the 2 reference samples in this case. Was there a reference sample for the victim in this case under the name Celeste Rivas?
Yes.
Under limbs number 211?
Yes.
And was that a toenail sample?
Yes.
And did that come from the medical examiner's office?
I believe so.
And was there a full reference profile developed from that sample?
Yes.
Was there also a buccal swab provided to the lab as a reference profile for defendant David Burke?
Yes.
What's a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is usually just a swab that's inserted into somebody's mouth to collect the DNA. It looks very similar to a Q-tip.
And was that identified as limbs number 1711?
Yes.
And was a full reference profile developed from the buccal swab?
Yes.
I want to begin by talking about DNA samples that were collected from a test lab by Chelsea Maria, I think it's Murillo. And this pertains to stains, red stains from inside of the trunk, lower compartment, also identified as PID items 15 and 16. Are you aware of what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Does that correspond with LAPD items number 3-16 and 3-17?
May I refer to my notes?
You may, if that would refresh your memory.
Yes. LAPD item 3-16 was PID number 15 and 317 was PID 16.
Thank you. And did those also correspond respectively to LIMS number 421 and 431?
Yes.
And let's start with the items 316 or 431 PID 15. What was the result of the analysis of that particular blood stain?
For that item, it was determined to be a single source profile consistent with one female, and Celeste Rivas was included in that profile.
Was there a statistic that was generated in order to explain the significance of that inclusion?
Yes.
And what was that?
The statistic associated is the DNA profile matches the DNA profile obtained from Celeste Rivas. A DNA profile is at least 1 septillion times more likely to occur if it originated from Celeste Rivas than if it originated from an unknown individual.
Okay, we talked about the number 1 septillion. How many zeros are in that number?
It's a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
Wow. Remember we said we were live. We're like, we've just learned something. Okay.
Never knew of it before, septillion.
I didn't know either. So if we were just to sort of talk about that number of what a septillion is, if we look at the entire planet, what is the population at this point of the planet's Earth?
I believe the planet is about 9 billion people now.
So is a septillion larger or smaller than that?
It's larger than the Earth's population.
Many times over, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's talk about the other sample from that lower compartment of the trunk, which is items 3-17, or referred to as LIMS 421, which was identified as PID 16. What was the result with respect to that blood stain?
That stain was also consistent with a single source DNA profile from a female. Celeste Rivas is included in that profile.
And once again, was some sort of a statistic generated to let us understand the significance of that match?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was the same conclusion and statistical analysis as I just stated for item 431.
Okay, let's talk about some evidence that was collected in the garage during the search warrant of 1368 Doheny Place by Lauren Wallace. I want to begin by talking about a blood stain on the black rubber mat that was covering the garage floor, identified as PID 1 or LAPD item number 4-1, also LIMS number 111. Do you have that information in front of you?
Yes.
And what was the result of the testing as a result of that blood stain?
That stain is also a single source DNA profile consistent with one female. Celeste Rivas is included in that profile. The partial DNA profile is consistent with the DNA profile from Celeste Rivas.
When you say a partial profile, what does that mean?
A partial profile just means that I was not able to obtain all of the DNA information at all of the targets I was looking at. And so it's partial because they're less than that profile.
Okay, so how many different locations or items on the DNA do you test with the testing kit that you use at this time?
There's about 27 locations.
Does that include how do you say that? Amylogens? Girl, hold up.
Good to me.
Amylogen.
Amylogens.
It looks like amylogenin.
Oh.
I'm back, by
all
the way.
Right. Oh, I didn't even know you were gone.
I know. Right?
Yeah, I could have been dead. I wrote it down. Look, it's in the chat. It's going to be my last day on Earth.
Oh, no, don't say that. All right. Aminogel. Does that include aminogelins?
Yes.
So you're including the gender mark. You told us a single source female. out of all the locations, approximately how many locations, or exactly how many locations, did you find DNA that was the same or consistent with the victim in this case?
For that item, it was consistent at 15 locations plus the amylogenin.
Plus amylogenin.
Yes.
It sounds like a vitamin you take every day.
It really does.
Before bed.
Based on the fact, I know, based on the fact that you had her DNA profile at 15 locations, were there a statistic generated for that?
Yes.
And what was that?
The partial DNA profile is at least 20 quadrillion times more likely to occur if it originated from Celeste Rivas than if it originated from an unknown individual.
Again, if we talk about a number, what is a quadrillion? How many zeros are we talking about here?
For a quadrillion, for 20 quadrillion, this particular number, it's 2 followed by 16 zeros. So
again, would that be a number just if we're trying to look at how many, give it some common understanding, would that be a number larger again by several times of the population of the planet?
Almost 2 times, yes.
All right. The next item, a red stain on a rowing machine that was identified at the scene by PID2 items 42 or limbs number 121. Do you have that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the result of the testing on the blood stain from the rowing machine. That profile is also consistent with one contributor, one female contributor. Celeste Rivas is included in that DNA profile. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no,
wait.
okay.
So sorry. So I should have sorry, guys. So I got confused because of the cutoff. So my question was, okay, that was the result of the testing on the blood stain from the rowing machine there.
That profile is also consistent with one contributor, one female contributor. Celeste Rivas is included in that DNA profile.
Okay, and again, what was the statistic that was determined to apply in this particular item?
For that item, the DNA profile is at least 1 septillion times more likely to occur if it originated from Celeste Rivas than from an unknown individual.
So again, how many zeros are we talking about with septillion?
Septillion is 1 followed by 24 zeros.
Okay, next I want to move on to a blood stain on a Tesla charger plug. PID3 LAPD item 43 limbs 131. Sorry guys, baby bunny. Do you have the results for that testing?
Yes.
What was that?
It is also consistent with a single source profile from one female. Celeste Rivas is included in that profile.
And what was the I can't say the word. What was the statistic for that match?
The statistic is the DNA profile is at least 1 septillion times more likely to occur if it originated from Celeste Rivas than if it originated from an unknown individual.
Your Honor, if I may, just for the record, the witness has appeared to be reading from a report and notes throughout her testimony. And if we could make the record clear.
That's fine. So, ma'am, you have your report notebook open, and certainly there's a lot of numbers. If you can just indicate before you answer, refreshing my memory from my notes, and then give your answer, so we know whether it's from your memory versus what you are reviewing from the report. All right?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Let's move on to the next blood stain. This is a blood stain on a green tarp. PID 11, LAPD items 4 or 5, limbs number 151. What was the result of the analysis on that blood stain?
I'm referring to my report to refresh my memory. That one is also consistent with a single source profile from one female. Celeste Rivas is included in that profile.
And what was the statistic with respect to that match?
It's also, the DNA profile is at least 1 septillion times more likely to occur if it originated from Celeste Rivas than if it originated from an unknown individual.
Just a couple more times. One being a swab of a black trash bag. This is the outer trash bag identified as LAPD items number 64, limbs 941. What was the result of that analysis?
I'm also referring to my notes to refresh my recollection. For that item, it was consistent with a mixture of DNA consistent with 4 contributors, including at least 2 males. David Burke was included in that profile, and Celeste Rivas was excluded from that profile.
Okay. So the defendant's DNA was found on the outside of this particular item, this trash bag.
Objection misstates the evidence.
Overruled. You may clarify on cross.
Okay. Is that correct?
David Burke was included in that mixture profile.
The next one, last one, a cutting from a blood stain on hand wipes inside of a trash bag. This is LAPD item 65, limbs 9521, a cutting. Was this screen? This was an item that screened positive for a phenolphthalein, positive for blood?
Yes.
And what was the result?
Referring to my notes for that item, it is consistent with the single source DNA profile from 1 female. Celeste Rivas is included in that profile. David Burke is excluded from that profile.
And what is the statistic of the inclusion of the female's DNA or blood on that hand wipe inside of the trash bag?
For that particular item, the partial DNA profile is consistent with the DNA profile obtained from Celeste Rivas. The partial DNA profile is at least 3 trillion times more likely to occur if it originated from Celeste Rivas than if it originated from an unknown individual.
And in the number a trillion, if we're looking at 3 trillion, how many zeros are we talking about?
That would be a 3 followed by 12 zeros.
And when you said partial profile, how many locations was the victim's DNA detected?
For that particular item, it was locations plus amylogenin.
Thank you. I have nothing further. Hold up. So let me stop right here real quick. Let's process that a little bit, because there was a lot of confusion about the bags and the
zeros.
Well, I remember that, but like when we were talking about, there was some confusion. I think when we ended at the very end of the live stream, not the last night, but from the morning, there was some confusion about how many bags and stuff like that. And so here they're saying that his DNA was found in the outside part of the bag, right?
Yes, so imagine the trash bags being double bagged. It was the outer bag as part of the 4 contributors of DNA profiles.
They showed the pictures of the bags as exhibits there?
I'm trying to remember if they did during this. I think they did. I mean, I don't recall seeing the inside things though of that inner bag. But it was just like a regular black trash bag, so it didn't look like much. Because I don't recall ever seeing the inside of that inner bag where they had the wipes in it.
Wow.
I feel like I'd remember that.
No worries.
Yeah.
Now, this was the bags. You said that it was the bag that contained the wipes, right?
So there's the bag that had the wipes. So I have my trash bag. I'm taking my wipes, throwing it in the trash bag. I've filled that up, but now I'm going to take, and Celeste DNA was on the wipes, on the red stains. But now I'm going to grab another trash bag to put my whole messy trash bag into. I'm going to double bag it. Yeah. The outer exterior double bag is the one that had 4 DNA profiles on it that included David. Celeste's DNA profile was not on the outside bag.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I got my shout out to the person that allowed me to get some coffee. I got my coffee here waiting. So let me go get it. Let me use the restroom real quick. Guys, make sure, I don't know if you guys want to get some water or something before we start with cross.
Let me grab.
All right, do that. Guys, make sure you guys are make sure you guys are supporting. I pinned the Cash Apps if you guys want to tacos, Happy Meals, and waffles, whatever, or donuts. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. If you guys want to support, make sure you guys check out the channels up here that are giving commentary with me and reading this. It is in the description box. We'll be right back. Let me just, if anybody wants to talk to the chat while they're here, feel free. But I got to use the restroom and I got to make my coffee.
We'll be right back after a short commercial message. Let's see. He should have used Glad bags. They're kind of stretchy, so he wouldn't have to double bag it. Did Joe leave again? Let me see. I'm going to get water. Yeah. It sucks that Rabbit can't see like the little gifts you guys are sending, because she's looking at all of this in StreamYard, which does not allow you to see everything. But I have my phone open, so I can see it. I can text it from message from the phone and see the little emojis that are sent. It sucks that you can't do it all in one place. And I think one of them is delayed, actually. Yeah, I saw that, Storm. Yeah, the bags are named. I often listen to all the podcasts while doing chores as well. Corny Clenny, guys. She took a plea. Wait, Corny Clenny took a plea deal? So they're not gonna have a trial? What? Do you know what the plea deal was? I mean, that's crazy, because I think she had a good defense case. But then again, I mean, she was like all the videos you see, she is the aggressor. I do have Instagram. Everything that I have is just my name. I don't get fancy with trying to remember all this stuff. It's just my full name. I do a lot of crafting, so in my Instagram, that's probably mostly what you'll see. The greeting cards that I make. Sentencing. Just be the person who intended these.
I just heard we had a Courtney Clenny update.
Yes, she took a plea deal. I was looking forward to that trial, man.
Wow.
Yeah, I wonder what it would be.
Let me see. There's so much happening this week.
I know, Kim, right? I mean, I love crafting. I do a lot of crafting. Mostly with the greeting cards. Like I design them from scratch with inks and stamps and die cutting. I think I've sent Rabbit a lot of stuff for her. Like when she reaches her 100K, I send her like a lot of the things that I do. Jewelry and like those nice pens that, they have like a lot of beads in them. Like the silicone beads are like really nice, really fancy. I send a bunch so that she could give them away when she reaches her 100K. So she has a lot of stuff to give.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Sorry if I said 2 minutes. I meant push.
It looks like the Courtney Clenny thing. They don't have the details of what the plea deal is yet.
She's pleading out?
Yep.
Bullshit. She should have fought it.
Right? She has a good self-defense.
She has a great self-defense claim. Yeah. Well, honestly, I think because she's been in holding for 4 years now, she's just getting screwed. I think she just got hopeless. She should absolutely fight that.
But the only thing that I thought about, because she does have a good self-defense case, but then again, all the video evidence that they have against her, it's her being the aggressor. The video she actually lived down the street from me. The building that they lived is very close to my house.
Oh.
So the video that they have from the building, she's the aggressor. The elevator video, she's the aggressor. The video from when they were in Las Vegas, she's the aggressor, and she says it. Man, you cannot be always the aggressor and then all of a sudden you have self-defense.
That's not true, though. That's the thing. That's not true. All the other stuff.
Well,
the point, the thing is, did Rabbit back? Well,
Yeah.
we'll
She's
tackle
still
this later.
Mhm.
But long story short, she doesn't lose her self-defense claim just because in the past she may have been an asshole at one point. And let me remind you, Christian wasn't the saint at all. He had a warrant out because he let a dog die in his apartment and he left it in the closet when he moved out.
Who, him?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
Oh,
I'm
I
not
see.
familiar with the
Mention it.
case. A
Yeah.
dog died?
I
He
mean,
let a dog die?
she don't got to
Yeah.
be throwing knives. Like, what are you throwing knives for?
He was threatened. She said that she was just being strangled.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a
about that.
lot to it. That's why I said she should have fought that.
Well,
She
see,
shouldn't speak
okay.
out.
Wait, she said that she was being strangled the day that the incident happened. That's kind of crazy because I think there was a neighbor from the building across the street that could see directly into their apartment, and he was not hurting her.
Oh, this
I
dog,
hear
the
that.
dog one was at the Austin apartment complex where it was November 2020. Property managers called and told them that there was a deceased dog in one of the apartments. Officers say they were told by staff at the apartment Christian had likely vacated the apartment to skip paying back rent. So they entered the residence and found the dog. Cops claim they found
Jesus
the body
Christ.
locked inside of a kennel, and there was food and feces next to the animal, but no water. They determined it had been deceased for 5 to 7 days.
Oh, I can't do that.
Christian told them that he thought the dog Halo was sleeping before he left for 24 hours.
That makes me sad. How would you do that to an animal? I just think of my dog. Oh,
Yeah, I thought you
I
slept for a
know.
week and lost weight rapidly.
Jesus.
All right. Let's put that
So
case
here,
over.
like when you
Go
live
ahead.
in downtown, like you have a lot of high-rise like buildings, so you can kind of sometimes you can see into the next one if you don't have like
Oh,
tinted
Lord.
windows. Like I can see a cousin of mine came to visit once, and she goes on my balcony. She's like, "That man over there is naked in that apartment," and I'm like, "Well, stop
Oh,
looking into
hell
his
no.
apartment." He's
See, I
walking
can't
around
do that.
naked.
People need
No
to get
high-rise for
blinds.
me.
Use
No
blinds,
high-rise
use
for me.
curtains. I never understand that.
See,
Mhm.
well, the thing is that here is so nice and beautiful and sunny. You want to always have your windows open. But what I did, I put like tinted so I can see out. But
Yes.
from the outside, you cannot see in. It looks like a mirror. But not everybody does that. I mean, windows here are really tall. They're like
People get off on
sometimes
that.
they're
I'm good.
Yeah, I put up like, because I like the sun too, but our apartment buildings are close in LA. Everyone can see like my bedroom. There's somebody's kitchen from another building that can look right
Oh,
in and say hello.
no.
So like we have, but I put up like there's like those window clings and stuff, and they look
Yeah.
beautiful. And I started a trend. I have a
Just
neighbor
go to
that
Home
did it
Depot and get
too.
some
Like,
tinted whatever
yeah,
window tint.
you
Yeah.
can make it work and still get your sun without,
Yeah,
making a
that's
show
very
for the
true.
world.
All right, y'all. We ready? Ready?
We're ready.
That's some cross-examination. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you so much, guys, for supporting. Make sure you guys, again, shout out to
Oh
the
wait,
people.
wait.
You guys,
Everybody got
go
their
ahead.
coffee except for me. Hold on. I was trying to keep this.
Go get your
trying to-
coffee.
Yeah,
trying to keep
you're
the
just the
chat
judge.
What are
Okay,
you doing?
Yes, I heard Abrami was talking about because he crafts, right? I don't know if I told you guys.
Yeah,
he
he's telling us.
He's made me the gavel, the pen, little bunny up here. I'm so glad he glued it because I love this little thing. But
Do you know that the rabbit you can put it like
So
like
cute.
facing down?
no,
Like with his yeah,
Look at
just
this.
rotate the legs.
that's so cute. Okay, I'll have to do that. But this is Abraham made this the lake because we were covering some of the Legos. I'm like, they got a cute little buddy, but I'm always afraid of breaking it. So I'm glad that you glued it because I'm telling you, this would have come off already. And then he made this one. And yes, I have. And by the way, I still need to. Are we still? Well, July ends tomorrow. I was gonna say Christmas in July. I still need to send Sylvia her stuff. That you made
I
her.
know,
I'm
Sylvia's
so
in the
bad.
chat.
I'm so sorry, y'all.
I sent Sylvia
sorry.
some like these really. I even forgot what they look like anymore. They're like really nice.
No, I
bracelets,
have
right?
it here. They are, and I have it set apart. But we were supposed to have our 5-year mark thing, and so I've been kind of. I mean, you know what's been happening, but I've been going through some other stuff, y'all. And I feel like I'm like finally getting back to my groove. So hopefully we're able to settle that at some point. But
Yeah, I have
yeah,
to give
so
my
I
craft
wanna do a
'cause it gets
giveaway.
too much. I have too much, so I have to like everything that I do. I like to gift it because if not, I don't want to be a hoarder.
That's so nice. You're spreading pieces of yourself throughout,
Hmm?
yeah,
community. That's what it's like. Like you're giving little pieces
Yeah,
of yourself. I love
Yeah, I
that.
It's so
subscribe
cool.
to a lot
Really
of
cool.
crafting channels, and I always gift a lot. I'm very blessed,
That's
so
awesome.
I like to share.
That's awesome. And you're talented too. You're really good at it. So, you know, that's awesome. All right. You got your coffee? I mean, that was quick. Okay. Y'all ready?
I'm in. Fridge is right there.
Okay. So I'm going to mute myself because we got Burke.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Ms. Tosh.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Tosh, you were not the analyst. Excuse me, Ms. Tosh, you were not the analyst in the laboratory for this examination, the samples in this case, right? Correct?
That is correct.
The actual analyst who did the laboratory work and analysis was somebody named Mr. Zepeda, right?
So they spelt this wrong. It's supposed to be Mr. Zapata.
Oh, okay. I'll go with Zapata.
Mr. Zapata authored the report. However, the actual DNA processing work was done by multiple other people as well.
But none of those people were you, correct?
I would have to dig further in there. I may have had a piece, but I'm not sure. But no, off the top of my head, I don't know.
In terms of any work that you did personally on the case, did you generate any documents for the work you did?
My documentation for this particular case is that I was a technical reviewer of Mr. Zapata's reports, which means that as the technical reviewer, I went through and reviewed every note that was included in this case packet and ensured that I agreed with everything that was present and that everything was done properly and correct.
But you can't speak to the actual handling of the evidence that was tested when it was in the lab. Am I accurate on that?
I can speak to the fact that everybody is trained in accordance with the procedures and that we all follow the same procedures, but I myself didn't handle the evidence.
Ms. Tosh, have you had communications with law enforcement detectives in this case?
No.
Have you had any communications with the prosecutor in this case, Ms. Silverman?
Yes.
How did you memorialize those communications?
We've spoken by email mostly just in terms of determining the timing for this trial and what she would like to ask me.
So she's communicated to you what she was going to ask you?
Because it was ensuring I knew the reports that were generated and that I was familiar with them and that I was a technical reviewer on them, yes.
Because, I'm sorry, it blurred a little bit. Because you were not the analyst on them.
I was not the analyst on the report, no.
You spoke earlier, Ms. Tosh, about your education and training, and I may have misheard. Did you say that you have any certification to do DNA analysis? I thought I heard you say something about the American Board of Criminalists, but do you have any certifications for DNA analysis as well?
That's my certification through the American Board of Criminalistics. It's in molecular biology.
And I assume that's different from certification in actual DNA analysis?
I'm not aware of any other certifying board. I believe that's as close as you can get for certification for DNA analysis.
What did it take you to get certified?
It was a test that ensured that I had reviewed all of the process of DNA typing, specifically for forensics and the microbiology behind it.
Do you have to get recertified?
I have to ensure that I'm doing continuing education and providing proof of that continuing education.
And how often do you have to get recertified?
I submit my recertification paperwork every year.
And have you belonged to any or are you active in any other committees or groups related to DNA?
I am currently a member of the California Association of Criminalists.
And have you published in any way anything related to DNA?
I published a master's thesis on the efficiency of one of the extraction robots that was used in the lab when I completed my thesis in 2010.
But that was during your educational process, getting your master's?
Yes.
And that was the thesis to gain your master's?
Yes.
And since that time, have you published in any way?
No.
And I believe you said you testified as an analyst before?
Yes.
Have you testified as a technical supervisor before?
I have not.
Right there. And in what courts have you testified, if you know?
Hold up.
Oh, wait, I have not had the opportunity to testify as a technical reviewer. It's usually just been as the reporting analyst.
And in what courts have you testified, if you know?
I've testified in Long Beach. I've testified here at the Criminal Courts Building. I've testified in Van Nuys, to name a few.
Have you ever testified in federal courts?
No, I have not.
And would it be true that you've always, when you've testified in court, testified on behalf of the prosecution?
I may have testified for the defense once, but I can't recall if it ended up going, if the district attorney ended up calling me first. But I have been subpoenaed by the defense before and was more than willing to testify.
But you don't have a recollection of whether that prosecutor actually was the one who called you to stand?
Yes, I'm unsure if that is what happened.
So, Ms. Tosh, can you actually visually see DNA on items of evidence in cases? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Excuse me. You can't actually visually see, excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
And this molecule, it's a double helix molecule?
Yes.
And that's not something one can visually see?
That is correct.
And the amount of biological material that contains testable DNA is measured in incredibly minute quantities. Would that be fair to say?
They're very small quantities, yes.
In fact, in most testing kits, it's like in the trillionth of a gram or a picogram.
Yes, a picogram is generally what we are looking at.
And a picogram in the trillions of a gram, is that correct?
A picogram is, well, we usually work in nanograms for the most part. And so it is a millionth smaller than the nanogram, which is already a very small amount, which is much smaller than a gram even.
Invisible to the naked eye?
Absolutely.
And DNA testing involves a process of extracting, amplifying, and copying the contents of the material in order to be able to analyze it. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, when you develop a profile to make it something you can understand and compare, you amplify it, correct?
That is correct.
And you develop a profile from the alleles and alleles that are observed?
That is correct.
What are alleles?
Alleles are what we are calling the locations that the locations we're looking at are called the loci. And then within the loci, there's usually alleles. And the alleles are just the pieces of DNA that we are actually specifically identifying to give us a genotype of that DNA.
You spoke before about the only human that can have the same DNA profile would be identical twins, correct?
For the specific type of testing that we are using, yes. Identical twins generally have the same DNA typing profile, and you would expect the same alleles at the... Oh,
that's right. And you would expect the same alleles at the same... was that LOCI?
I think it's my location.
Okay, we'll go with that. Correct?
Oh, thank you for that. For this type of testing, yes.
But related individuals may also share many alleles or genetic markers, correct? Is that fair to say?
That is true.
Parents can share many of the same markers?
Parents, yes, that's true.
Because they pass along half their DNA to their offspring.
Yes, that is true.
Biological siblings, same mother, same father, they share many alleles, genetic markers?
Yes.
How about a partial profile where you only have fragments of DNA profile fragments of a DNA profile? Is that the same analysis?
Yes, I use the same analysis to generate. I'm targeting a full profile, but if I'm not able to get the full DNA profile, then I have a smaller amount of information, which is a partial profile.
So let's say if your target is 23 LOCI in a sort of current DNA testing kit, is that a good approximation?
Yes.
Okay, and you only have data at 5 LOCI.
I'm going to object. It's irrelevant. We didn't have that.
I'll allow it. I'll allow questioning into this area. We'll see.
Does that make the uniqueness of the profile less powerful to distinguish between individuals?
It is possible.
So less information translates to less ability to distinguish people, correct?
That is true.
And if you have a large number of alleles, any locus, Yeah, at any locus, I would assume, say, 8 allele with at least 4 contributors. Would that also make it less powerful, a less powerful way to distinguish between individuals?
That is true.
Now, when DNA is detected on an item of evidence, are there certain well-known inherent limitations as to what an analyst, any analyst, can say about that DNA?
Can you clarify the question?
Yes, well, you can't say when DNA got on a particular item, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't say how long the DNA may have been on the item of evidence.
That's correct.
And you can't even say how the mechanism or activity level transferred.
That's correct.
Is activity level a term of art in your field?
Activity level is a term that is being discussed in the field, and it really is just referring to the mechanism by which DNA was left on an item.
So it's a fancy way of saying how something may have gotten on an item of evidence, correct?
That is correct.
And the problem with speaking about activity level is that DNA doesn't indicate how that activity may have happened, right? How it got there?
That is correct.
And DNA can persist for a long time, right?
Yes.
And under the right conditions, it can survive in an environment for days,
Yes.
weeks,
It's possible.
months,
Yes.
and years.
Yes.
Like, we should take note of that because it's something that's going to come back up at trial. Because remember, they said 4 profiles, 2 were unidentified. We don't know if that means it's just not, if it's just sealed yet and they just haven't identified those people. That actually is a good point for the defense, kind of.
I think so.
Kinda.
I had asked Chloe, I think, that question, and I think she said that it could be that they probably do know. They just are not saying it yet.
Yeah, because remember, not everything's unsealed yet. All the warrants aren't unsealed. Not all grand jury testimony is unsealed. In fact, all of it will probably never be unsealed. It's going to stay locked up. Only what comes out at trial, that's the only stuff you get to see.
Yeah.
But that's interesting. You have 4 people handled the same trash bag, and the DNA could have lasted for years. Well, I'm going to continue from line 28. Let's see how she answers.
All right.
Let's discuss just briefly why it's so difficult to say anything about how DNA gets on an item of evidence. For DNA to be detected on an item, it must have come to be there have been placed on that item, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Please, yes. Keep me line 6 on top. Okay. I apologize. There's nothing about DNA testing or a result from DNA testing that tells you how it got placed there, right?
I'm going to object. This has been asked and answered.
I'll allow it as a foundation for the next question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, there's nothing about testing. There's nothing about the testing result that you have on a particular item of evidence that says the DNA got placed there by, say, direct touching or indirect touching.
No.
Okay, so there's nothing in the result itself that tells you how it got there, how indirectly. Is it a secondary transfer? Is it a tertiary transfer, correct?
That is correct.
And if let's say I come to the podium and place my hand on the podium, correct? That's a situation where I will likely have left my DNA, my touch DNA on the podium. Is that fair to say?
That's possible.
And we as human beings shed thousands of cells when we do something like that, correct?
You may or may not leave your DNA on it. It's possible that you may. It's possible that you might not have left DNA.
But direct touching, it's possible to leave your DNA on the object you touch, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's say I have DNA on my hand from my colleague, Miss Bernarski. We had shaken hands before I walked over there. Before I walked over there, over here, and I set it down at the same location, that's possibly leaving DNA from both myself and Mrs. Bernarski, correct?
It is possible.
Okay, and that's referred to as a secondary transfer of DNA, correct?
Correct.
And then let's say the deputy district attorney comes over with her notebook and sets it down on the podium where I placed my hand, having touched Mrs. Bernarski's hand, and picks up her notebook and goes back to her desk. That could be possibly a tertiary transfer, correct?
That is possible.
And that's pretty good for the defense too.
Mm-hmm.
And there are a lot of studies and there's lots of controversy about how easily DNA can be transferred. Am I right about that?
There are a lot of studies in trying to determine how it is transferred and how often and how much is transferred, yes.
And in terms of what's taken from these studies, basically it shows us that DNA can move around an environment and on items on many different levels of transfer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of a very famous study, the Kale et al. Study?
No, I'm not aware of that.
There we go. Published in the Journal of Forensic Science. Is that something you follow?
I have read some articles, but I'm not familiar with that particular one.
Well, you are aware that a lot of caution is advised and given to DNA analysts about what activity level statements can be made just based on the detection of some DNA.
Yes.
And basically that caution is that, well, let me rephrase that. I understand when you testified earlier, you testified about DNA. Some DNA that was found in the home at 1368 Doheny, correct?
Yes.
Can you give me line one on top? Because the YouTube chat's in the way.
Oh, sorry. Let me remove it.
Cool.
I can remove the chat. Hold up. Was it 20? You left at 23, right?
Wait, where was it?
The question was. See,
my question's right there. Oh, okay.
Yeah, 23. It was already
yes.
there.
Okay, my mistake. And
No, you're
basically, that caution is that. Well, let me rephrase that. I understand that you testified earlier. You testified about DNA, some DNA that was found in the home at 1368 Doheny, correct?
Yes.
And at one point, you were asked about a rowing machine and other items that were analyzed in the lab by analysts. What was it supposed to be? Zapata?
Zapata, yeah.
Okay. Analyst Zapata, correct? Right?
Yes.
And Analyst Zapata had a report in which he identified Celeste Rivas Hernandez, a single source for Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Is that fair to say?
That she matched some items? Yes.
And that was some home items in the garage that had her DNA?
That she is consistent for a match on some of those items. That's correct.
And you definitely can't say how the DNA got on that particular item, for instance, the rowing machine.
No.
And you can't say how long DNA consistent with Celeste Rivas Hernandez may have been on that rowing machine. Am I right?
That's correct.
And that would be the same. Sorry. And that would be same for the other items that Miss Silverman asked you about, the Tesla charger, correct?
That's correct.
The green tarp?
That is correct.
The black mat. The black mat.
That is correct.
These items may or may not also have necessarily come from blood, correct?
It's possible.
It's possible that they did not come from blood. Am I correct?
I can't say specifically where the DNA came from.
So you can't with any certainty say that DNA found in those items came from blood?
I cannot say that specifically, no.
And the DNA that was found could have come from skin cells, correct?
It's possible.
And you spoke about some of the testing, the presumptive testing that went on in this case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And the presumptive serological test is a test that could signal that a substance is blood, but it also could be from somewhere else, correct?
That is correct.
Some substance that was not blood?
That is possible.
And in the work in this case, you have no information on that of the sample taken from the phenopositive swabs ever had any. There was never any confirmation that it was blood. Am I correct?
There is no confirmation for blood that we currently use within the lab, only that we take that particular sample forward for DNA typing, which is specific for human and higher primate testing.
The deputy district attorney asked you about a trash bag that was found in the garage.
Yes.
And that was an item of evidence characterized as an exterior trash bag, item 6:004, LIMS number 9-4-1.
I'm going to stop you there for a moment. How much longer do you think you have? And Miss Silverman, do you have some redirect?
I do have a little bit.
And then me, probably no more than 15 or 20 minutes.
Jeez.
Okay. I'm going to give our court reporter a break. So we'll take our afternoon recess now. It'll be 15 minutes. Ma'am, your order back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
So let me say something real quick about that Kale study. And I think it's something to kind of, I'm surprised she doesn't know it. It's a newer study. It's just about 10 years old, especially you're dealing in forensics. So, and I only know this is because if you, like in my undergraduate, so I have an undergraduate in criminology, and I know like in the forensic stuff that you kind of have to be up to date with like everything with these studies, right? You can't just, people operate in the old school technique, but when it comes to forensics, we have to kind of be, it's a little bit different. So that one, key findings on that, it basically demonstrates that secondary DNA transfer can successfully deposit an individual's DNA onto an object or surface they never actually touch, creating a tangible risk of self-incrimination. Okay. That's why she mentioned that. And then analysts can no longer safely assume that finding a person's DNA on an item means that the person had direct physical contact with the item. Now, so it challenges the occurrence and transfer. So the researchers found that an individual's DNA can transfer to another person's hand during a brief interaction, such as a 1-minute handshake. Why she brought the handshake example, and subsequently be deposited onto a touch item. Okay, so something to keep in mind. And then the other thing, as DNA profiling technologies become more sensitive, they easily pick up on low-level or low temple DNA samples left behind via secondary or even tertiary transfer. So we have to be cautious when you interpret it. Forensic experts must exercise extreme caution when evaluating touch DNA, especially in mixed sources or low-quality samples. Context matters because DNA evidence alone cannot establish a timeline or direct involvement without corroborating context from the crime scene. There you go. So that's a new study, I would say.
So if you have sweaty palms and sweaty hands, don't go touching people.
Well, it's not even that. I think it's just like, even like when she gave the example of the handshake, and then, because I was like, it's very specific, and that's what the Kale study is. She looked into that.
But wouldn't you have to to do that? Okay, like I think your hands would have to be sweaty for you to transfer the DNA. Otherwise, I don't think you can transfer much. No.
No, they don't. We have oils on our skin.
Yeah. Not secretion through sweat. Like there's different ways to transfer. I mean, people can leave blood in an apartment without even intending to have done it, right? Like a cut or whatever. We've seen this before in cases where, somebody, say you're visiting a friend.
The worst.
Well, there you go. Friend winds up missing, and then you're the last person that they went to that apartment to, and then there's blood there, right? And it might be minuscule, but they left it there. Skin cells, all kinds of things. Yeah. So it's important. I'm surprised the lady doesn't know this study because it's literally under 10 years. They got to know this stuff.
Somebody was asking, I think she meant tertiary, like third
tertiary
transfer.
Yeah.
Tertiary, yeah.
Tertiary.
Yeah. So anyways, just some info on that. Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry. I have a question. The tarp, did the tarp have, because I think, what was the guy that you were referencing yesterday, Rabbit, that speaks like with the English accent? He was at the trial. He has the channel.
Trapmore?
Yeah, Trapmore. I think I saw his video. He said something about the tarp, but the tarp, probably the blood that was in it was from like them doing the t-shirts. Nothing to do with her, probably. Do you remember if they mentioned anything about those tarps having her DNA?
I didn't hear her DNA.
I don't remember hearing her DNA on the tarp. I'm trying to think.
The tarp was yesterday too. Remember, because we had the analysts up there. We'd have to go back, but I don't remember the tarp. Yesterday was the first time I heard tarp. So did Trap just speak on tarp like yesterday? Was this new? Maybe he watched the video and he was like tarps, and then I reminded him.
He put a video out last night, and I think he talked about it.
Oh, That's interesting. Yeah, I'm curious to know. All righty. Y'all ready?
Continue? Okay.
Ready.
All right.
So we're
Court.
back on the record. We have Mr. Burke present, all counsel present. Our witness is back on the stand. Ma'am, may I remind you that you remain under oath at this time. We were on cross-examination, and you may continue, Ms. Burke.
Good afternoon
Not so
again, Ms.
long
Tosh.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Tosh, I think where we left off was this swab taken from an exterior of a trash bag found in the garage at 1368 Doheny, and I was asking you to identify it by limbs number 9-4-1, item 6:004. Are you familiar with that before you look at your notes, or do you need to refresh?
I'm familiar with the trash bag outer, but I'd like to refer to my notes to ensure that I have the limbs item correct.
Absolutely.
Yes. Swab of the trash bag limbs number 9-4-1.
And 9-4-1 is from a swab from the outside top portion of the trash bag, according to the collection reports. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And there was another trash bag that was found with some wipes. The second bag was not what we're talking about as the outside surface. That was the trash bag labeled items limbs 971. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So 941 is not a swab from any of the interior bag of 971. Correct? Yep. And that interior trash bag had some wipes, and that's also not from that swab 941, correct?
That is correct.
And that interior trash bag did not produce any DNA results associated with Mr. Burke?
The record will reflect she's examining her notes.
That is correct.
And any of those wipes found that I think you testified earlier may have been consistent with Celeste Rivas Hernandez on item limbs 9521. That specifically excluded Mr. Burke. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, in the analyst, Mr. Zapata, March 11, 2026 DNA report, you received that report?
Yes.
And that is a report specifically addressing this exterior of the trash bag limbs 941?
There's actually two reports that list this trash bag 941.
Okay, let's start with the March 11 report, pages 3 and 4, if that's helpful. I think it's Bates 236 and 237.
Yes, 9-4-1 from the March 11.
Now, the report indicated that when the swab was analyzed, a complex mixture was found on the exterior of the trash bag that included at least 4 different people, correct?
That is correct.
And that means there's DNA on this item from many contributors.
That is correct.
Okay. I think the report indicates very specifically that it's at least 4 contributors, and that means it could be more?
No, this is consistent with 4 contributors.
Okay, so it's consistent with 4 contributors, but not certain that there are 4 contributors or more or less.
Based on our analysis of this item, it is consistent with 4 contributors.
And the findings made were at least 2 of those contributors were males, correct?
That is correct.
And this mixture wasn't created in your lab, so you don't know exactly how many contributors there are with certainty, correct? It's your line, Bob.
Sorry, I was like highlighting because I found this to be fascinating.
No, it's
I'm
good
going
stuff.
to object. She asked and answered the question 3 times now.
Sustained. I have one thing. I want to ask one thing. Are we sure that we're not saying this guy's name incorrect? I think it's Cepeda, not Zapata.
Mr.
Yeah.
Cepeda. Yeah. You said it
Yeah.
correctly.
Yeah. You guys are saying Zapata.
She said the
it in
record.
the courtroom.
I
Yeah.
think it's Cepeda. I
He's
don't know.
on
Yeah.
he wasn't
Well, tell you
there
what, I'm gonna
because he
use
was
the
on
spelling.
maternity leave. So that's why he wasn't even in the courtroom.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I think probably the court reporter understood Z when he met C as in Charlie, because that's I think what makes sense. Cepeda, right?
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that instead
Yeah.
All right.
going forward. that
Sustained.
does make more sense.
All right.
I'm
thank
here
you.
wondering what in the hell is that? Okay.
Right,
sustain. Okay, so I'm on line 26.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, am I right that your lab used software program called Strimix, STR, all in caps, MIX, to give you some interpretations of that mixture?
That's correct.
And without getting into too much detail, Strimix is some kind of software program that undertakes some kind of probabilistic genotyping?
Yes.
Why does the original report that your lab prepared say that there were at least 4 contributors?
Can you please refer to whichever report you're referring to?
Well, I'm referring to the March 11, 2026 report.
That report for the swab of the trash bag, LIMS number 9-4-1, is number of contributors 4, including at least 2 males.
Okay, so at least 2 males. The contributors are 4 individuals.
It is a mixture consistent with 4 contributors, including at least 2 males.
Okay, and Sturmix, the software program, gives you some kind of deconvolution estimate.
Can you repeat the question?
The Sturmix software, it actually gives you some kind of probability, some kind of deconvolution estimate. Is that, it's an estimate?
Yes.
And the estimate is about the percentages that it's estimating each contributor may have made consistent with the DNA found, correct?
It is providing an estimate of the percentages of the makeup of the number of contributors that are present.
And the software Sturmix estimates gave an estimate that with the 4 contributors, there was 1 contributor that was 41%, a second contributor that was 27%, a third contributor that was 21%, and a fourth contributor that was 11%. Is that right?
Yes.
They didn't tell us that in the news. So I'm sorry, I'm going to go to...
Yes, no. Wait, let's break that down a little bit. Explain that. You said they didn't tell us that in the news. What can we take from this? The contributor percentages? I mean, how would we even report that in the news, though?
No, well, remember, they're all circumstantial pieces. Remember what that means, in case I haven't said it dozens of times to the audience before. Circumstantial pieces of evidence are evidences that don't stay by themselves. It doesn't mean they're useless. It doesn't mean they're weak. In fact, the jury is going to be instructed that circumstantial evidence carries the same strength as direct evidence. So a body is direct evidence. Okay, blood is circumstantial because bleeding isn't illegal. Bleeding can happen for a number of reasons. So we don't know what the blood is, but then if we see blood and an injury, right, and the story like someone was attacked, then we have circumstances that help us qualify that blood to tell us what was going on that day. Yeah. Or let's watch this. Another example. We have that email. Who was that from? It was between the managers, right? Saying that the singer David may have been involved with a runaway Celeste. Remember that whole thing?
It was sent to the family, correct?
That email by itself is useless. It tells us some people wrote things down on a email. If we're using the 4 corners of the email, it's useless. Now, supposedly David saw the email. Okay, well, at least we know it's open. Now, again, okay, so now we can say this email is open, but then what does that tell us? Now we go to the email was open, plus Celeste went home, I think, within a day or 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's right.
Okay, so now all of that can tell us a little bit more when we take all 3 pieces together. From the email, the opening of the email, and then Celeste goes home. Okay, so that tells us a little bit more. So that's what circumstantial evidence looks like.
Right. But bring it back to this, though. Bring it back to this, Joe, with because you said something that, and that's why I had to stop. You said something about the percentages, right? So here it says that the second, it's given a number to the 4 people that are contributing to this makeup, correct?
Yeah. Now we'll probably have to go further to see if they even talk about who contributed most or like who was even most recent. But that's interesting because that's what they're really talking about. So David's DNA was on the bag. We know this, and we know 3 other contributors. We don't know how the DNA got there.
Right.
So So that's where the circumstantial part comes in. So that, at least insofar the way we know the story right now, that's a limit on the government. That's not. It's not like something that's going to ensure David walks. It's not something it's not something so strong that it's not like he can bring this up at trial and walk. It's not a victory, but it's something to consider because it's a challenge for the government to tell us how this fits into the story. Absolutely. So personally, I just thought that was interesting.
They're going to tell us that they're just going to identify it as a mixture, that they can't identify who was what percentage or anything.
Yeah, and how that works.
So it doesn't,
I think the numbers part complicates it more. It's like, well, 41% handled it more than 11%. Well, of course, but what does that mean in the grand scope or scheme of things? Anyways, let me pause, but go ahead.
Yeah.
That was
you're right though, because what does that 40% mean?
Yeah, what is that?
What do we know? Are we seeing an outline of a hand or something? Well, obviously, someone rolled her up in the bag. There's no doubt about that. All right. Absolutely. So now, who's? But that's what I mean. Those are the little questions that'll come up later on down the road. I just thought that was interesting.
Gotcha. All right, let's go.
Okay, so I'm going to continue from line 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, the question was answered. Okay. And this stir mix program gave you an interpretation that said Celeste Rivas Hernandez was excluded and any possible contributor to that mixture. Is that right?
Yes, Celeste Rivas was excluded.
Okay. And it only identified David Burke as a possible contributor to that mixture. Is that right?
David Burke was included as a contributor to the mixture.
But the definition for a stir mix estimate is that included means that he was a possible contributor, meaning it is possible he was not a contributor?
StirMix is a tool that is used. Ultimately, as an analyst, I'm using my knowledge and expertise to determine how many contributors are present, and then I am confirming that I agree with any of the output that I am getting from StirMix. And so if there's a determination made that David Burke is included in a mixture, then I'm making the call that it is consistent with being included in the mixture.
But you are not the analyst, so you are saying you're making the call as the technical supervisor or reviewer of the
court.
Well, that's a.
Let me rephrase.
Question is not an appropriate question. That's not an appropriate question because someone can review the report on anything and give an opinion as an expert regarding that report.
Why is the judge objecting?
I keep thinking that it says Terminex.
Why?
I thought it was Terminex.
They
fumigated his little vermin-looking ass.
Okay, wait. You're right, but why is the judge? It should have been.
It's supposed to be Beth. They're not supposed to do that.
Go ahead.
You can't stop her. That's the point. You can't. Yeah, it's just you can't stop her once she does it.
That's right.
The judges can object.
No, they're not supposed to object. No, they can correct some errors they see, but they're not supposed to be they're not supposed to be making objections for one side or the other.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay. It's the StirMix software which generates something called a likelihood ratio statistic. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that statistic comes from a program, and that statistic from the program gives you an important caveat that it is a conditional statement, right? It's not a certain statement.
It's a statistic to apply strength of support or not support for a conclusion.
But what it's not saying is that David Burke's DNA was definitively found in the mixture sample. Is that fair?
That is fair.
So it was not definitively found. Can we mark that one to reconsider later?
I will say this. They're going to tell you nothing can be definitive. They're always going to say it's possible. But that's why the defense is like, you can't say it's exact, kind of like the cell towers. But as the analyst in the system, they have to just say it's possible. So, that's what they're going to argue in this whole thing.
Yeah,
the same thing with the quadrillion and zillion and all those zillion zeros. It's like, just say 100%, but they really can't. They just have to give you that crazy, ridiculous number.
Yeah, I can tell she's looking for the possibility of an error in all this. She's looking for something to use later. Let me go. I'll start from line 27. And just like we discussed earlier with the sample of moving the notebook, touching my colleague's hand, coming back over, having Miss Silverman put down a notebook and take that notebook, that can be an example of like a trash bag, some kind of secondary or tertiary transfer, depending on who picked up that bag, where it was taken, who had touched that person, and etc. Is that fair to say?
Can you repeat that, please?
No, I'm not sure I can repeat the whole thing, but I had given you an example of DNA transfer earlier and the different levels of primary, secondary, and tertiary transfer, correct?
Correct.
And you had, I think, agreed that there were many levels at which someone could inadvertently have touched one object. Someone also touches that object, picks up whatever the DNA was left, picks up whatever DNA was left, and then transfers that DNA to another object.
Yes, that's possible.
Okay. And that same thing could happen with something like a trash bag in the garage, correct?
Correct. Or yes.
And you don't know how many people were in and out of that garage over what amount of time. Is that fair to say?
That is fair.
Now, the prosecutor asked you about some DNA consistent with Celeste Rivas Hernandez that was found in a lower trunk of a Tesla vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And there was also some DNA testing, I understand, in that interior passenger compartment of the car that was reflected in the same report for items 6:15, limbs 411, and items 3:019, limbs 451. And I think you'll find that if you need to refresh on 122 and 123 Bates stamps, it's from the November 20th report.
Yes.
And there was some Blue Star spraying of those things, I understand, with some chemiluminescence, some presumptive spray testing.
I'm not sure.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That's not this witness. We already had that witness.
Well, the court will allow it if it may impact the DNA testing or her review of the report. But this witness's answer was, I'm not sure, and that answer may remain.
Can you give me line 21 on top? But the report does reflect that some testing was attempted on the samples, correct?
Testing for DNA was attempted, yes.
And those were reddish-brown stains that had been identified, found in the interior passenger compartment of the car?
Yes.
And am I correct that those samples did not have any sufficient amount of cells to produce any DNA result? Is that correct?
No.
Whoops. Okay, let's talk about 411, item 6:015. That was from the second row of the Tesla.
Yes.
And what was the finding on that sample? So, that's you.
So for that particular item, that swab went all the way through the DNA typing. However, I was not able to determine the number of contributors. And so due to the complexity of the data, the DNA results are unsuitable for interpretation.
So there was no finding, no ultimate result, correct?
It was a DNA profile. However, comparisons could not be made to it.
And as to that second sample, we referred to 451. There were insufficient numbers of cells found, correct?
Correct.
And on those, from all those samples taken in the car, from those that were found and interpreted from the rear lower trunk of the Tesla vehicle, am I correct in saying that your laboratory specifically excluded David Burke from those samples?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Okay. When you qualified many of your, I said yes, please. When you qualified many of your answers, or defense counsel asked you if things were possible, would it be fair to say that there's a difference between what's possible and what's probable?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about that. So we talked earlier today when we first started out about the fact that the DNA analysis is based on 4 different steps. And the first step is the process. The first step in the process is extraction, right?
Yes.
What's extraction?
Extraction is attempting to draw the DNA off of whatever the item is. So if it's a swab, we're trying to get that DNA from the swab.
And what's the next stage?
The next step after extraction is quantitation. So once that DNA is isolated off the swab, then we're just determining how much DNA is present.
And earlier, we spoke a little bit about the laboratory standards, the certification process, the outside audits. One of the things in order to be a certified laboratory is the lab has to do validation work inside the lab, correct?
That is correct.
And during that validation process for various times, instrumentation that's used during the DNA technology process, the lab sets something that's called a threshold, correct?
That is correct.
What is a threshold?
There's many thresholds used, but importantly, a threshold is generally established to determine a level above which we would reliably use that information to move forward with whatever we're doing.
So you were just asked some questions about items that did not proceed to STIR analysis, right?
Yes.
And that was with respects to LIMS 451?
Yes.
And the report, as you indicated, reads that there is an insufficient amount of DNA to proceed, correct?
Correct.
And that is based on the laboratory threshold. If you don't have a certain quantity of DNA in the sample, it doesn't proceed, correct?
Yes.
There are also, as you mentioned, various thresholds that are set, whether we're talking about is it stochastic thresholds and analytical threshold. We're talking about levels of data on documentation that is produced by the equipment at the lab, correct?
Correct.
So when you said you reviewed all of the reports in this particular case as a tech reviewer and your name appeared on all of the reports besides Randy Zapata, that's because you reviewed all of the raw data. Is that right?
That is correct.
So does that mean that you looked at all the raw data that came out of the electrophenogram?
Yes, that is correct.
And when you look at an electrophenogram and you look at the data that appears, you look at data that is above the threshold that are set by the lab as validated data, as opposed to, let's say, noise.
That is correct.
All right. So in other words, a certain level of data that is reliable, correct?
Correct.
So regardless of who puts the samples through the machinery, the equipment, and the instrumentation, the data that comes off of that instrument is the same whether you read it or whether Randy Zapata reads it. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so you reviewed all of the raw data that came out of the DNA testing and formulated an independent conclusion. Is that right?
That's correct.
And with respects to the data, you ensure that the data that you're looking at is consistent with or validated by any of the data that you can utilize using the STIRMix.
That's correct.
And STIRMix is something that's used in order to, when you have a complex mixture or any type of mixture, in order to try to assess how much DNA is coming from various contributors, correct?
Correct.
So when we talk about there being 4 contributors in a particular sample, it then breaks it down for you. That's what the software does, correct?
Yes, it breaks it down to give a percentage for the components in the mixture.
And at no point in time with respects to the swab of the exterior of the trash bag, LIMS 941, does it say at least 4 contributors and that there are many extra contributors. It says 4, right?
Yes.
And that's based on, again, your review of the raw data from the electrophenogram.
Yes.
And from the electrophenogram and your experience as a DNA analyst, you can pick out based on, and I'm getting, I know, maybe a little complex, but I want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. You're looking at peak heights, correct?
Yes.
And you're looking at the peak heights that you can attribute that are similar for each of those 4 individuals that are above the threshold level, correct?
Yes.
And from that, you can say there are only 4 individuals in the sample?
That it is consistent with 4 contributors, yes.
And based on that same data we talked about earlier, the gender marker, right? Aminologens, that it identified that there are at least 2 males in the sample.
Yes.
And one of those males is the defendant.
He is included in the mixture.
Which means he's one of the 4?
He's included in the mixture.
Okay. But that's what that means, right? Hey, Burke.
Objection. Misstates the evidence. Well, her answer speaks for itself, so you can ask a different question.
Okay. In terms of the mixture proportions that we talked about via the use of the stir mix, does it indicate what percentage belongs to the defendant in terms of his inclusion in this 4-person mixture?
For that particular item, I was not able to determine what percentage he most closely identified with being included in the mixture.
And in terms of Mr. Cepeda, he still works for the lab, correct? He's just on paternity leave. Miss Cepeda, she's just on paternity leave. Burke.
Defense.
Okay, wait. I think Burke.
Objection. Prosecutor is testifying, I believe. Now I'm the judge. I'll allow it.
That is correct.
You were asked if you ever testified in federal court. You worked for the LAPD, which investigates state-level crime, not federal crime, correct?
Correct.
You were also asked about related individuals and whether they share DNA. Related individuals still don't have the same DNA, correct?
Correct.
So in all of these situations where you find there is to be a match to samples, whether it's taken from the Tesla or taken from the garage at 1368 Doheny that matched the victim, it wouldn't match the victim if it wasn't the same as her referenced profile, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were also asked if it was possible with respect to the various bloodstains that tested phenopositive at the scene or at the processing of the Tesla, whether it's possible that it came from something other than blood. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And you made a comment or you answered a question whether you said that type of DNA testing that's done at your laboratory is specific for certain types of DNA. Is that right?
It's not specific for types of DNA. It's specific for DNA that is from humans and higher primates.
Okay. But you also are looking at certain sources of DNA, correct? In other words, DNA-rich biological evidence?
We're looking at all sources of DNA. Since I'm not sure what type of DNA would be present on anything, it is just the presence of DNA, and specifically we're trying to find human DNA.
As opposed to animal?
Yes.
And if we talk about something, a source such as fluid, as blood or semen or saliva, those are biological samples that tend to be robust for DNA, correct?
That is correct.
If we talk about something like the multiple examples of touch DNA, what comes from skin cells or perhaps perspiration, correct?
Correct.
Those types of sources of DNA don't tend to be as robust as things like sources of blood, saliva, semen.
Correct.
So if you have a sample that originates from blood that tests phenopositive for blood that appears to be blood and is described as a red stain on an item, at that point, or perhaps even in this case, Blue Star was used, right? Which fluoresces when it comes in contact with something, a substance like blood, correct? Then from there, that item would proceed through to DNA testing.
Yes.
And if you have a sample where there may be, let's say, skin cells or perspiration in the sample along with blood, wouldn't it be the case that the more robust source fluid, i.e. blood, would overwhelm any DNA touch?
Objection. Leading in cause for speculation. Overruled. You may answer.
It's possible, but not always.
But as you said, there's a difference between possible and probable, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, given the analysis that was done, as well as the presumptive chemical test, it is more probable or probable that the stains that were indicated as red stains tested phenopositive are blood.
It's possible.
Your Honor, it's argumentative and it misstates the evidence. Overruled. She may answer. You may cross-examine on that area.
Is that right?
It's possible.
What's possible?
That the DNA is possibly coming from the blood, yes.
Isn't it probable?
It is probable that the DNA comes from the blood also.
You were also asked about item numbers limbs 942, where counsel indicated that there was insufficient DNA. And you said actually it wasn't about insufficiency. It's a complexity issue. This is the report date, March 11, 2026.
And I'm sorry, what's your question again?
In terms of complexity, that's a different issue than sufficiency, right?
They can be different or they can be similar as well.
Okay, but in this case, the complexity of the data, as it indicates in the report and in the raw data, is that the data is too complex to be interpreted, to be able to interpret. In other words, DNA profiles may have been developed, but you can't interpret them because of that complexity, correct?
Correct.
And that is different in this case than an insufficient sample, correct?
Correct.
And if you have a DNA profile that is complex and you cannot deconvolute with Sturmix, then per the laboratory guidelines, it can't be interpreted, correct?
Correct.
All right, I have nothing further. Oh, man.
All right, last recross. Just
I think I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Miss, is it Tosh? I keep
Tosh,
calling her Tosh.
Yeah.
Tosh, Miss Tosh. Oh, wait, I'm going to have to. All right. Miss Tosh, you were just discussing an example with items 319, 451 of a sample taken from a reddish stain on the Tesla interior. Do you recall that? Silverman.
I don't believe I asked her about that.
Go for it. Go ahead, Court.
Well, I'll allow the question.
I believe you were talking about an insufficient number of cells being on a sample on limbs 451. Is that correct?
For limbs 451?
Yes.
There's an insufficient amount of DNA to move forward to DNA typing.
Okay. And the prosecutor was just talking to you about how blood is more likely blood tends to be a DNA rich source. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And when there's a reference to a DNA rich source, that suggests more cells available, correct?
Correct.
And this was a sample from the interior passenger of the car that it had a presumptive positive finding initially on the testing, correct?
I'm unsure of that.
As it was presented to you?
It was a swab of a reddish brown stain on plastic from the third row.
But if it was blood and there was an expectation that there would be a rich environment of a high number of cells, the finding actually for this sample was that there was an insufficient amount of cells. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And on that complex mixture we've been talking about from the exterior of the trash bag, where there were 4 individuals included in that complex mixture, 41%, 21%, or 27%, 21%, and 11%, I think you made clear that you could not say whether David Burke was the 11% contributor, the 21% contributor, the 27% contributor, or the 41% contributor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And of all the samples that we have been discussing that were taken from the garage that were found and had successful DNA testing, Mr. Burke was specifically excluded from each and every one of those samples. Is that right?
From all the swabs with the reddish brown stains from the garage, yes, excluded from those swabs.
And again, from the car, he was excluded as well from all of those reddish brown stains.
As stated before, 2 of the swabs was not able to make comparisons to, but the 2 that have comparisons made, he's excluded from those.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Anything else? I hope not.
No, thank you, Silverman.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. We have about 6 minutes, Ms. Silverman. Did you want to get started? Do you want to get started? Do you have a witness here?
Let me highlight something real quick, because this is where and you're right, Marissa, this is where they answered the question, that even though we have all these contributors, ultimately, guys, this is something we got to pay attention to, because Joe's not here right now. He had to drop off, and that's okay. Shout out to him. Thank you, Joe, for helping. If you come back, please do come back. But right here, man, this is the part that really I was trying to figure out, what does 41% mean in the grand scheme of things in terms of David Anthony Burke, him being the person, right? And not only that, what does 11 or 21% mean for the other contributors? These are just numbers, right? But we know one is higher than the others. So it's kind of where my head got stuck. And that's why I asked Joe, bring it back to this and help me understand what this means. But anyways, side note, I highlighted it. We could probably talk about it some other time. Okay.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand it. So there's one, what do those percentages mean? Like
that was the question I had.
That more one person is more likely to have done it than not? I mean, I don't get it.
They're just profile matches. That's all. That's all there is. It doesn't tell you the crime. I mean, it doesn't.
Well, I mean,
DNA is just that.
I don't mean like who not to have done it, but I meant that it is the person. Like, is it 27% that this is Abraham, or 41% that this is Rabbit? Is that like what they're trying to say?
I feel like it was conveying that there's these different profiles make up some percentage of it. Like there's more, we're getting more DNA than this one over here.
Yeah.
But like, if I'm looking at it as somebody on the jury, I also think it's something that if the defense is presenting, it's such a typical home situation of who grabs trash bags. If you grab it from the box, from like pulling it, right, from a roll and pushing it, like how many, I think a jury would be like, yeah, so many people touch the outside of a trash bag. I might take it out and open it. Somebody else might grab it to throw away. Somebody else might just move. I put it in the garage. Somebody moved it because it was in the garage, right? Like so many people could have just picked it up and moved it to the side, that I feel like a jury would be like, yeah, you don't know who touched it. Like, what is the outside of it going to matter?
Yeah.
Well, and what does the higher number mean? Because it's just probability. That's all that means, right? Because they just match it with stats. You know what this profile looks like.
It all makes up 100%, but that's what I'm on. 100% of what? Hopefully they'll explain it better during the trial.
I mean, it would be, this is the forensic side. It's interesting to see how this ultimately leads up to a profile of a person or not, or the probability of somebody touching the bag, or who had, I mean, but at the same time, it's like, it sounds like if this is where it was found in the home, there's a lot of people that were coming and going in this property too, right? So there's that, because it was a party house or something. That's what they called it. So
the consistent people that would visit as well might be able to be on a witness stand, and that might be the point where they're like, did you see this in the garage, right? Did you ever lay eyes on the pool, the tarp, this bag? And I think you need more. You need not the experts. You need the in-people witnesses for that type of thing. That might shed more light on it. But
this is going to have to be explained at some point in the trial, and that's why I'm like, this is just a little view. They're not going to do all this in the prelim, but I mean, and it's like Khadijah Lynn said.
Yeah, and I thought that is what Khadijah Lynn is saying, but then it's like, how do you determine what percentage? Like, I don't get it. It's like DNA. You're able to identify it or not. You know who it is or not.
They're not even saying identify. They're just saying that they're making up the profile of the four individuals, right? So it's not even whether who committed the crime. It's just these specific profiles.
There's somebody asked if there's DNA that shows on the wipes besides Celeste's, and there's not.
On the what?
On the wipes.
Wipes? Like who touched them? Like who?
Yeah, it was just because it was the red stains they got DNA off of. It was only identified as one female contributor, which was Celeste. There was nothing else.
If he used them to clean up, I wonder would his be on there as well? Since it has so much blood, probably. I don't know if it would.
They didn't get anything unless he could have put on gloves.
Yeah, he could have put on gloves for sure. Yeah, and I'm sure he did.
That's true. All right, let's go because we are almost done with day 23. Actually, we're like pretty close.
Wait, it's day 3.
I'm sorry. Well, it was not 23.
On the 23rd.
It was July 23rd, day 3. Sorry, y'all.
This is gonna start. I don't know. You already played your little video, right? Because this is gonna start with. I think a warning needs to be given before this next testimony.
Let's do it again.
Because this is Dr. Ho, the medical examiner, and I think people need to be aware. So if you are not ready to listen to what he has to say, He's going to go into the autopsy. That's about what's coming up next. So,
all right, let me do a little. Thank you so much for the heads up. Let's do a little warning. We have about, I think, is it 6 or 7 pages of the third day? We're at page 76. It ends around probably 180. Okay, let's go.
Hello, everyone. Please note that this broadcast is strictly for educational, documentary, scientific, and artistic purposes. It falls under the EDSA. While the themes, imagery, or discussions may touch upon some graphic, sensitive, or challenging topics, the context is entirely analytical and educational. This stream does not encourage, promote, or glorify any kind of behavior or any acts, but rather provides critical analysis and historical documentation. In particular, we talk about a range of topics that fall under EDSA. Thank you for watching, guys, and make sure you hit the like button.
Yeah, make sure you hit the like button. Shout out to everybody that has donated to the street tacos. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the coffee. Thank you. Thank you. And make sure you double, if you are watching us virtual, double tap to hit the like. And don't be a hater all your life. Hit the like button. Make sure you sub up to all the people on the panel. I have put their channel names in the description box. Okay, let's go. So the court says we have 6 minutes. And then I think I'll just do both parts for Burke and Beth, okay? Just so.
The questioning or just the objections. I'll do the objections if you want. You can just.
You can do if you want to help me out, that'd be great.
Oh, the recross.
Yeah, because Joe said it's going to be a while. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we have about 6 minutes. Ms. Silverman, do you want to get started? You have a witness right here.
Sure.
All right, we'll go for 6 minutes. And while we get the next witness, if I may inquire, obviously we're going into tomorrow, and I'm assuming the medical examiner is going to take quite some time. Are there some additional witnesses on your witness list? You anticipate we might finish? Wait, hold on. There's some additional witnesses on your witness list. Do you anticipate we might finish tomorrow, or may we go into Monday?
We might.
Okay.
You want me to go or you go? Your Honor, could we get some? Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You can do it, but like when you the objections, like as we read on, I'll do it so people know that it's a Burke doing it.
Gotcha. Your Honor, could we get some indication about the remainder of the witnesses? Who are they?
They're on the witness list. So we have left Deputy Taylor Thomas, Dr. Grant Ho. There's Randy Cepeda. I don't know if there's I don't know if there's going to be some, and then we have Detective Farrell, who I have not crossed off.
And may we know who is expected for tomorrow, other than Dr. Ho?
Well, Detective Farrell is here, so I assume he's going to be called for anything that he's available. That might be possible. Was Deputy Thomas the partner or not the partner?
Yes.
So I assume that person is not going to be called?
Correct.
So my guess is, and obviously Analyst Cepeda is not going to be called. So I will assume it's going to be Dr. Ho and maybe Detective Farrell as witnesses.
Okay, Silverman speaking, yes. Thank you, Burke speaking.
All right, Doctor, how are you?
Sorry.
The witness?
The witness is struggling.
The doctor's choking. Help her out.
17.
Dude.
I'm good.
Witness.
I'm good.
Come on forward.
I'm back.
Obviously, we're going to do just a few minutes today, but obviously you are now on the stand. Now you should finish. So you should finish tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna have the clerk swear him in. Then they does so in the court. Okay, so thank you. So Dr. Grant Ho, called as a witness by the people, was sworn and testified as follows.
All right. Can you tell us how you're employed, please? This is Beth's mother, effing Silverman, on direct.
I am a deputy medical examiner at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
How many years have you been with the medical examiners in Los Angeles?
5 years.
Tell us about your background, training, and education, if you would.
So I did 4 years of medical school. I then specialized 4 years in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. I then further subspecialized 1 year in forensic pathology. I am board certified in all areas. At this point, I have conducted approximately 2,500 exams, and I have testified approximately 35 to 40 times.
Did you do your residency also here in LA?
Yes.
And where was that?
That was at the Los Angeles County General Hospital and USC.
And is that also the same location where you were chief resident?
Yes.
What is forensic pathology?
So forensic pathology is a branch of pathology that deals primarily with determining the cause and manner of death.
And did you conduct an autopsy in this case on the day of September 10th, 2025, on a decedent who is identified by dental records at the medical examiner's department as Celeste Rivas Hernandez?
Yes.
And was that identification done by an ontologist? Is that how you say that? Ondologist?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds like a dinosaur. Yes.
I know. Ontologist. Okay. And your autopsy, was that conducted under a unique medical examiner case number?
Yes. So every case number is given 2 parts. One, the year, and the second part is a specific number for each individual for that year.
Okay. And that number is that 25, blah, 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 blah?
Yes.
And did you determine based on the records that you received, the date of birth?
Yes.
For this particular decedent?
Yes.
And what was that? Don't say the whole thing.
That was September 7th.
Perfect. And was she also measured and weighed for height and weight?
Yes.
And what was the weight?
It was 70.
Objection. Vague as to when the measurement occurred. The court. I will allow it, and you can either follow up, and if not, you can cross-examine.
The weight at the time was 71 pounds.
And height?
The height was 5'2".
Now, when you first went to conduct your examination on this particular decedent, what were your initial observations?
So the first thing that I observed was the body is markedly decomposed, which would interfere with essentially our autopsy examination. The other things I noted were that there were trauma to the body consisting of dismemberment, particularly the extremities.
Did you also notice if there was any type of hardware in the oral cavity?
Yes, they were essentially braces.
All right, let's go ahead and stop there. It's 4 o'clock, and tomorrow we will get started as soon as 9:15. 9:15 has been working with the seating and everything. We'll get started at 9:15.
At 9:15.
Sounds good.
Yes, at 9:15.
So do you want us to come before?
If you want to come about 9, I do have a few matters on the calendar, but I want to make those quick. So I'll let it go. I'll get it to it.
Perfect. Adjourned. Right.
That's still me? Hold on.
Yeah,
Dr. Ho, after your 5 minutes, you're ordered back at 9:15 tomorrow morning.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
All right. Hold up, guys. So I'm looking at the time, and we've been up here, and let me see. So announcement, we are done with the third day.
3.
We're now moving on day 3, which was July 23rd. Okay. Now, for the sake of time, guys, because it is Friday and I got Baby Bunny over here and everything, I'm thinking if we can just get started on this day. But let's see.
That's day 4?
This is day 4. I have day 4, and we could start a little bit on day. I'm just thinking a couple pages though, because we're already been on for maybe another 30 minutes. See how far we can go, and then we could stop at 4 hours.
Yeah,
because
Okay,
it's
doesn't
Friday,
matter.
y'all.
Yeah. Did
Okay.
you send me that?
Is that cool with you guys? Huh?
Yeah. hold on. Did you send me day 4?
Oh, no. Espérame. No sé si te lo mandé. Let me check.
Let me check. Hold on. I don't think so.
Do you want me to add it for?
Hold up. I got it. Hold up. I don't know why. I thought I did, Abraham.
Maybe you did and I just didn't see it.
Hold up. I don't know why I always want to put AM instead of AB. Day 4. Yeah. We also have day 5, guys. So we'll probably finish. We could probably. I think we'll finish day 5.
Day 5.
Well, day 5 is shorter. It's very
really
short. It's only like 90 some pages, and this one is pretty short too. I would say day 4 is as well, 166. So we got 30 minutes, and then I gotta get off. Okay. Welcome everybody. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, please, and thank you. Check out everybody's channel. If you want to buy us a street taco, the Cash App is pinned. Thank you. All right. So was there drama on day 4 in the morning? What happened in day 4 in the morning? Tell us.
No.
Quick little summary.
I just we just kind of went straight to pretty much Dr. Ho. He was. I don't think we had any drama. Everybody was on their best behavior afterwards.
Oh yeah, because day 3 was a crazy day, right? Everybody got their shit together by day.
Everyone knows when you're in there, you don't want to be in the principal's office anymore. Everyone always says it felt like school. We're like, don't nobody get in trouble. Everybody,
don't stop passing notes.
Don't.
All right.
Yeah.
Here we go. So it starts right away. There's no drama, but it starts at page 7. Abraham, did you get it?
Hold on, checking now.
All right.
There's no gum chewing either. Like, it's very no gum chewing.
I wouldn't chew gum in court.
I know.
They reminded somebody to I think they reminded everybody to watch their like if you had a closed water bottle, like the hard ones, to be careful not to drop it because they can make a loud noise. Because that happened
like this
at one point. Yep. Please be aware of that.
Not the judge getting kicked out of court. Oh my gosh, y'all. Okay, ready, Abraham? You got it?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh, this is
7, page 7.
Hold on, let's just pull a fast one on me because now it opened like on the opposite side of what I'm used to. Hold on, let me just download it.
It's giving you a hard time, dude.
My God. Okay. Save.
And there, just so people know, so on this day, the parents did not come in. They were not there for the autopsy testimony, of course. And I think then they went to come in a little bit after Dr. Ho was done. He finished right before we took a lunch break. They finished his testimony so they could let him leave. And then after lunch goes into like the last witness, the detective. And when he started up with text messages and showing her photos, that's when her mother got really upset and was bawling, and they eventually left. So they came that Friday, and honestly, they were in that courtroom maybe 10 minutes, I feel like, before they wound up just leaving because Beth leaned over and said it was going to get worse. So.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. No.
Yeah, do your thing. You got a couple minutes and stuff. But I mean, it's a good start. Day 4, and then day 5 is shorter. I saw the document. I was like, oh, day 5 is not too bad, but it is there's a lot of details that I think I'm trying to figure out. And I was like, let me not be nosy because I didn't want to get ahead of myself because I kind of wanted to read it with everybody and have that reaction with you guys.
No, I don't even know where I freaking put it.
Do you want me to send it to you again, or are you good?
No, I got it. Okay. I got it now. Day 24, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the 24th.
The 24th.
Now you did it. Yeah, I was doing it wrong. Now you did.
Okay. I'm ready.
All right. So it's page 7. Okay. So Silverman, I'll just start because it's so Dr. Ho has been sworn and everything. And here I go. Good morning, Dr. Ho.
Good morning.
We had just started when we broke yesterday talking about the autopsy that you conducted on Celeste Rivas Hernandez pursuant to coroner case number 25, blah, 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 correct?
Yes.
And I think at that time, the last thing I think you put on the record yesterday was the date of birth of September 7th of 2010, correct?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question?
The date of birth of September 7th of 2010.
Yes.
And based on the fact that you testified yesterday that there was severe decomposition, could you estimate how long this particular decedent had been dead?
No, it's extremely difficult to tell because there's many factors that can determine decomposition change and how long it takes for those changes to occur. There's the internal body factors. There's also the environmental factors, such as how the body was stored, the temperature, or the weather around that body, and if things like scavengers are able to access that body at what point. So if the body is isolated, then it's harder for scavengers to get to the body. So that sort of timeline would be thrown off.
Right. So I'm not asking for an exact measure, but was it clear that this was a decedent who had been dead for, if not many weeks, then months?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the prosecutor asking leading questions for this witness. The judge responds, overruled. Leading questions are allowed when it comes to an expert. You may continue.
I would say at least weeks.
At least weeks. Was the condition of the body consistent perhaps with this decedent had been dead since April 23rd of 2025, approximately 5 months prior?
Potentially.
And did you prepare a report subsequent to your examination of the body in this case?
Yes.
Did you take notes or have someone with you taking notes as you conducted your assessment?
Yes. So this autopsy was performed alongside one of our trainees, Dr. Ansel, Nam. So he was a trainee at the time, and I was his supervisor.
As you conducted the autopsy, did the two of you discuss out loud the various observations you made?
Yes.
And as you made observations, were notes taken on coroner's diagram?
Yes.
And are those coroner diagrams typically a part of every coroner file or medical examiner file?
Yes.
And were photographs also taken during the process?
Yes.
So yesterday you mentioned one of your initial observations was that there was trauma to the body, meaning full thickness dismemberment, correct?
Yes.
And the body was markedly decomposed?
Correct.
Let's talk for a moment about the dismemberment. What did you note?
So the upper extremities were dismembered in one place on each side, and the lower extremities were dismembered in 2 spots on each side. The cut surfaces are relatively smooth, and within those cut surfaces, there are tiny blue fragments of material.
Teeny blue fragments of material, such as a blue plastic material?
The fragments were too small for me to identify, but I do know some of our criminalists did collect larger fragments, and therefore I deferred to them.
Did you watch them as they collected these fragments?
No, I was not present at the time.
So where were the teeny blue fragments on the body?
They were specifically around those cut surfaces of the dismembered areas.
Embedded in the cut surfaces?
Yes.
And the criminalists who collected those pieces, or at least the larger pieces, were those then booked into the evidence department at the coroner's office?
Yes.
What is now referred to or titled as medical examiner's department, correct?
Correct.
When you say that there was full thickness dismemberment of both the upper and lower extremities, are you talking about cutting that goes through not just the skin, the tissue, muscle, but also bone?
Correct.
When medical examiners such as yourself conduct autopsies, what type of tools do you use in order to cut through tissue, muscle, and maybe even bone?
So for the most part, cutting through skin and soft tissue or organs, we would just use a scalpel or a knife. For things like bones, we will use essentially either power tools, such as a circular bone saw, and for specifically ribs, we use essentially hedge cutters.
And in terms of cutting through some of these bones, why do you use power tools like a bone saw, circular bone saw?
The power tools offer the necessary power and cutting ability in order to get through bone.
Because of how difficult that is?
Yes.
That is not something you can do with a scalpel or a knife.
Correct.
And where were the 2 locations of the dismemberment of the lower extremities that you just discussed?
I can't remember the exact details, but I do know that there were 2 areas that were cut.
Is that projector still not working? Not even for the 2 Elmo parts?
If you need to approach to show him, you may. And then if later on, if never, excuse me, and then if later on we need to present it to a larger fashion, we can. I know that the clerk has already called our tech people.
Your Honor, I have 2 exhibits. Both of them are titled the same, medical examiner number 25, blah, 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 September 2025, full body diagram. There is 1 diagram on each page. May I have them marked, please, as People's Exhibits 45 and 46 for identification?
So marked for identification purposes?
And so the court has a copy. Can I approach?
You may. And for all counsel, especially as we get to looking at the diagram and without the Elmo going up, if either counsel needs to approach the witness to observe, you may do so without asking permission.
Keep going. Judicial assistant.
Okay, so Mark is on his way. Okay. That's you.
I know. Give me 1 second, guys.
And so just people
Let's
know,
start.
so we saw this diagram. This is the one that did come out past December, like that diagram, like the simple diagram with the coroner's report.
Yeah. Wow. This is crazy.
Okay.
And he's going to go into all these details?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Give me 1 second, guys.
Yep. The protocol. What else did you notice about this? What else did you learn from the medical examiner that you didn't know before?
Well, first of all, this guy is, I feel like all these expert testimonies that came up, they're so incredibly educated and qualified for what they do. Because every time the defense comes up, I always feel like they start with like, oh, how long have you done that? How many testimonies have you done? Like, it's almost that where you try to describe a little bit, but these people are so incredibly smart and composed when they are on the witness stand to give the information they need to, that it's a hard thing to talk about. And Dr. Ho was amazing, because they're going to try to discredit him because he had a trainee working with him, right?
Yeah.
Question
I
that.
figured.
But
You're line 6.
Expert testimonies are, these people are incredible that go up there and have to do that. It's a hard job.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Let's start with Exhibit 45. Is that a diagram contained within your protocol, your coroner's report?
Yes.
And does that show notations were made with respects to the dismemberment of the lower extremities?
Yes.
Okay. What does that show?
So it shows that there are on each leg, there's 2 dismemberment sites, one somewhere around the thigh and the second one somewhere below the knee.
I'm going to stop you there, Ms. Silverman.
Go ahead. Yes.
We have our tech person. We're going to just take a brief recess for a few moments. Let's see if we can get it going.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right.
You can talk amongst yourselves where you are.
Y'all can talk in the chat. Yeah, let's just skip.
All right. We're back on the
going.
record. And again, we have Mr. Burke present, all counsel present, the witness on the stand. Sir, I remind you, you remain under oath. I think we have our electronics or technology working now. I apologize to the witness and all counsel, to Mr. Burke, but I take no responsibility for the court-issued technology. With that said, let's continue.
She's funny.
She's like, it's not my fault.
I take zero responsibility.
All right, thank you. So I think we were talking about the dismemberment of the lower extremities, and you mentioned one is, I don't think that is the right exhibit. Okay, I have this marked as People's Exhibit 45. Is that what it says here? Detective Byers? Huh?
Oh, Detective
It says
Byers is
46.
just sitting next to at the table. That's
Oh, okay.
why.
And he
But
says
next to the
46.
projector. Yeah.
Gotcha. I was like, why is he there? Okay,
Yeah.
we'll call it 46. All right. Looking at Exhibit 46, you mentioned that there is a dismemberment around the knee area and then one on the upper thigh area. Is that right for each leg?
Yes.
And it looks like the way that you've diagrammed it in slightly different places. In other words, it could be higher on the left leg and a little lower and a little bit lower on the right leg. Is that right?
So the diagrams are representations. They're not drawn to scale. So it's all based off the measurements. So in this case on the right leg, so in this diagram, if you look on the left side of this image towards the person's right leg, you can see that there's a number here that says 12 inches from the top of the leg. And on the left, it is 9 inches from the top of the leg. So the dismemberment site on the right thigh would be lower compared to the one on the left.
Okay, so given that, did it appear that each of these dismemberments on the left and right thigh area were different on each leg?
Yes.
And potentially in a different position on each leg?
Yes.
Potentially consistent with having used a tool to dismember one leg at a time as opposed to a straight across?
Objection, lack of foundation. The judge responds, overruled.
Potentially, yes.
And the same thing is true of the lower dismemberment around the knee area, correct? The one on the right is 10 inches from the bottom of the heel, and the one on the left is 15 inches from the bottom of the heel?
Correct.
And, okay, from looking at the dismemberment and given your experience using bone saw, did this appear to be this dismemberment consistent with some type of use of a power saw?
Potentially, yes.
Based on the condition of the body, were you able to say whether the dismemberment occurred post-mortem or anti-mortem?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there is no way for me to tell.
Can you describe the cut surface both on the thigh and on the knee area?
So the cut surfaces are relatively flat and fairly clean.
More consistent with, again, a power tool, like a saw, than a knife.
So the soft tissue would be difficult to tell because you can go through the soft tissue with either a knife or a power tool, but going through bone would require the power tool.
And it is consistent with some type of power tool, such as a chainsaw?
Potentially.
Did you notice whether there were any other areas of the body that had been amputated?
Yes. So aside from the upper extremities, the arms, the fifth, the fourth, and the fifth digits of the left hand were also amputated.
Ooh. So that would be the ring finger and the pinky finger.
Correct.
Let me stop right here. Remember, I thought the fingers, did they collect the fingers? Did they not collect the fingers? Remember we went back and forth on this?
Yeah, well, okay, so there's the right hand and the left hand. There's the one that had his name on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That one and the pinky were severed and not found. In the other hand, they had two that were just not attached to the hand, but they were there.
This was not attached to the hand anymore.
Yeah.
And I just
No, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
not like decomposition, I think.
Yeah, so the one next to it were there, right?
I just recall seeing the one specifically separated and completely off.
Yeah.
Chloe said that it was Lauren's tweet that started the debate. Well, we were going crazy last. We're like, well, was it? I said, the way I understand it, it sounds like it was not.
What was the tweet
attached.
about?
Chloe, do you remember what the tweet was? It kind of, and it's funny, Lauren did respond to that tweet. She was very nice about it. She's like, I misspoke. So she did respond to it. But it did start a whole debate in the chat.
I did. It's on day. We did go over it on day one. One of the hand fingers were detached, but there. The one that was not found is the one that had his name on it.
Yes, that's the one that was not...
haven't been found.
Huh? Two of them. Yeah, that one and the pinky.
Yes.
The one next to, because I think that by the time that he got to cut it, it was post-mortem, of course. Rigor mortis has set in, so it's hard for you to take the pinky out the way to cut the ring finger. So you have to take. You can't take one without the other.
Yeah,
that's what I think. I don't know. I'm not a medical examiner.
They go into it.
They do.
Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. Wow. All right. Okay. Wait. Where did I leave off? All right. Let me go back to line 4. So that would be the ring finger and the pinky finger.
Correct.
And what did the dismemberment site look like for each of those?
So they had similar appearances of clean cut surfaces.
Smooth?
Yes.
Again, would it be consistent with using some type of a sharp instrument, consistent with perhaps a knife or a saw?
Yes.
And again, looking at Exhibit 46, you've documented this as well as on your diagram. Again, this is diagram 20, and you numbered it 2 of 2, correct?
Yes.
Bernardsky.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on.
21. Page 18.
Objection. Page what?
Or 17.
Page 18, 17. Line 21.
17?
Oh, I'm sorry, 17. Sorry about that.
17, okay. Objection, Your Honor. Assumes fact, not in evidence, whether it's his diagram or Dr. Nam's. The court says, overruled, you may cross-examine in that area.
Yes.
And the diagram here is 2 of 2 on the coroner's pre-printed diagram 20. Does this diagram contain many of the observations that you made at time of autopsy?
Yes.
And does it appear to accurately depict what you observed?
Yes.
Did you notice any markings on the body?
I don't fully understand the question. Can you be a little more specific?
Sure. Did you see tattoos?
Yes.
And where was that?
So there was one tattoo on the medial side of the right second finger, so the index finger, and the medial side means closer to the body. So it would be like this in anatomical positions.
Okay.
So for example, if you look at this diagram with a person face standing, facing you with their palms outward, that anatomic position. So that would be essentially the index finger towards the side of the body, and the tattoo had the letters SHHHH.
Your Honor, I have a photograph, yes, an exhibit with 2 photographs on it. It is titled Tattoo on Victim's Right Index and Left Finger and Pinky Fingers Amputated, Medical Examiner, Hollywood Tow Yard, September 8, 2025. May it be marked as People's 38?
So marked.
So is this 1 or 2 of the photos that you reviewed from what was taken by the coroner's investigators, criminalists at the tow yard?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at the photograph on the left, can you describe for us what we see here?
So the photo on the left shows the left hand, and so you can see this is the back of the hand. And on the 4th and 5th fingers, the ring finger and the pinky, you can see that they have been amputated, and there are these clean cut surfaces, the smooth cut surfaces.
1 second, guys. Sorry.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The defense attorney will be here soon.
Oh, good.
Here we go. Sorry about that. Okay.
Line 15.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you, and what do you see over here in the photograph on the right in People's 38?
So this photo on the right is a close-up of the right hand, focusing solely on the index finger, and you can see that there's a distinct tattoo.
And what is it that we're looking at with respects to, I think you can see it more on the photograph on the left, just above where the thumb bends, and then at the bottom of the index and middle finger. Is that part of the decomp process?
Yes.
Would that be consistent with a term that's been brought up here before, skin slippage, when skin starts to deteriorate and become loose from the body? Ugh.
It's a little hard to tell from this photo, but it could also just be some of the tissue that has become liquefied that is seen in the bag in the background.
Your Honor, I have a single photo of the front of the body titled Medical Examiner's Department, 25- blah, blah, blah. It may be marked for People's Exhibits. People's 39?
So marked for identification. Marissa, I'm sorry. Did you see these photos when they were showing them? In court?
Yeah.
You did? Oh, Jesus. All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Oh, my God.
It's
Okay.
tough.
Yeah, I'm trying to put them out of my mind.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Looking at Exhibit 39, can you describe for us what we're looking at here, please?
Sure. So when bodies come to our office, there are the scene photos that are taken, but there are also additional photos that may be taken prior to autopsy. So when there's cases like this, the body's taken to a photo room where photos are taken in an organized, templated structure in order to document overviews of the body and to focus on any potential distinguishing marks on the body. So in this case, you can see that towards the bottom of the photo, there's a label marked 25 numbers, and that is a label to designate the correct case number. And there's also a small blue label to the right of that larger label, and that is a smaller label to use when focusing on smaller, more specific findings. So in this case, you can see that there is a severely decomposed body and there are multiple dismemberment sites. As you can see, there's some irregular lines on the arms and legs.
Okay, and those irregular lines on the arms and legs, those are the sites of the dismemberments that you just discussed?
Correct.
And we also see, I believe, with respects to the right arm, correct?
Correct.
And then the left arm in this particular photograph is just lying alongside the body, correct?
Correct.
Other than the privacy box that I placed over the vaginal area of the victim, is this the area, is this the way that the decedent appeared when you examined her at the coroner's department?
Yes.
As part of the post-mortem decomposition process, does the skin color change?
Yes. So there's multiple things.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. So there's multiple things that can happen with postmortem changes. For example, the skin can change color. The skin can either start sliding off, it can start to dry, it can also distort wounds. And there also can be other things, like we can see insect activity from scavengers, and we might also see additional findings internally. In this case, if you look at the face, you can see that there's partial skeletization. So some of the bone on the head is starting to become visible. And that's also apparent around the left eye. And so the left eye is absent in this case.
Wow.
And just to clarify that, that was something that came up socially. Like, what did he do something with that? It was not, it was just due to decomp that eye was no longer there.
Yeah. They're not saying that it was, I think you would be able to tell if it was removed, right? Like,
I
probably,
think they would.
but I mean, at the level of decomposition that she was, it would probably would have been hard to identify that. But again, you have all these insects in there. They eat. They have to reproduce, and that's what they feed on, are flesh and stuff. So I'm sure that's why it's no longer there.
They're likely, when comparing to the other things, would have been tool markings.
Yeah. I think so too, right?
Yeah.
Like if it was removed, something would have been used to cut, right?
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying is like versus the natural process of decomposition.
But at the level that she was, the reason why I think they're able to see a lot of her cut marks is because of the bone. Because I think that the skin was too far off. I think.
It was,
my gosh.
Yeah, it was skeletalizing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh man. All right. Where were we at? When you said there were, when you said there are things that go on internally too, you're talking about liquefaction of the soft tissue.
Correct.
And what about the organs? What happens to the organs during the decomposition process?
So the organs will also have similar findings where their color will change. They will also lose mass. So they will be lighter than they appear in terms of weight, and they will look smaller in size.
Do they also soften?
Yes.
Now, when you observe the body here, there was something that caught your attention in terms of other trauma.
During the exam, there were multiple skin defects that were noted.
Was the body dry?
The skin, parts of the skin were more dry, so it doesn't have the same bounce that you would see in a non-decomposed person.
So in other words, if you push in on your skin, it bounces right back. That didn't occur?
Correct.
Were there also areas of the body that were wet?
There were some areas that were wet, but again, that could just be due to the liquefaction. Yeah, liquefaction process.
The breakdown of the tissue.
Correct.
Was there also insect activity observed?
Yes.
And what was that?
So small larvae were found, so essentially the first stages of flies.
Was there any odor?
Yes.
Was that a strong odor?
Yes. It was a very distinct smell, usually with decomposition or decomposed bodies. You might smell it within the autopsy area itself. In this case, it was noticeable even before you reached the autopsy room.
Really? So down the hall?
Yes.
Now, when you said that there were multiple skin defects, were there also multiple soft tissue defects?
Yes.
And when you have a body that is decomposed to this nature, what is it that you are looking for when you're trying to determine cause and manner of death?
So, as previously stated, there is plenty of decomposition changes, and that can obscure potential wounds and make wounds harder to identify.
Okay,
so, for
keep
my
going.
examination, determining whether a wound is a true wound versus just part of postmortem change, I was looking specifically for anything associated with internal trauma.
Did you find that?
Yes, there were 2 that had associated internal trauma.
Where was that located?
There was one that was on the right abdomen, and there's a defect on the right abdomen with underlying defects within the soft tissue and the liver.
Okay, let me stop right here, guys, because I think we're at the 4-hour mark. I think we should stop. Maybe right here, and that way we're gonna get done pretty soon here. I think the ones that took longer were the other ones. But what do you guys think? I'm gonna start. Marissa, can you mark it on your note? Page 24, line 14.
I marked it too. I don't think that I hope that the defense doesn't go all running off with their questions again. They're mouthful of questions.
Well,
They
look who just joined us. The defense.
Dun, dun, dun.
Finally decides to show up to court today.
Look who shows up when he wants to work.
The defense.
You're muted, Joe. I can't hear him.
I'm not
hear
muted.
him.
He's
not muted. Yeah, we hear him.
That's weird.
You don't hear him. So I'm thinking about I was gonna say we're actually gonna end here, not end here, but stop here because we've been 4 hours at it. So it's been a lot that's happened, I think, but this one specifically, so we are on day 4 and Dr. Ho is taking the stand, the medical examiner, and he's talking about just everything, man. It's pretty interesting. I can't wait to get to the part where we heard was that she might have done this to herself. And I think that comes in the questioning of the defense, correct? But I want to get the context behind that because I feel like, it's a defense, right? Not a great defense, but it's a defense. So I guess we'd have to find out and get more from that. It's Friday, so we're going to take the night off. I don't want to do another live. I'll probably continue tomorrow. Are you guys available tomorrow?
Yeah.
Man, thank you. I'm glad y'all are available tomorrow. So we
make
can,
it work.
It's like, yeah, man.
I'm sorry, I was so half-assed today. But you know how you tell people, don't bother me. I'm going to be busy for the next 3 hours. So don't talk to me for at least 3.5 hours from now. So then the first thing they do is they wait for you to sit down when they know you're not going to do anything else and they start telling you stuff. Yeah, that's what happened.
Welcome to my live stream. That's when the children come. The children of the corn come in
here.
You
are a 4-year-old. She don't care.
Everybody. She doesn't care. No boundaries.
There's no time understanding there.
You work for me. I guess I do. So it is. But oh my God, but I'm dropped out. Here it is. So, girl, are you okay? Did you what happened to your makeup? Anyways.
So what was if I may ask just in short, what is the defense questioning?
We're not even there yet on the medical.
We just started with the Emmy.
We just started.
Conceptually, so much of it is back to the same with everything between what is actual to what is possible or probable. That so much of that is, Can you say it was this? Can you, are you sure? You can't say it was that, You
don't know nothing, right?
Yeah.
Well, not that he knows nothing, but I understand what you mean.
Yeah. We will, let's do this. So tomorrow, same time, does that work? Put in a couple hours and see how far we can get. I think tomorrow we definitely can get done with day 4. And then day 5 is actually shorter. Day 5 is shorter. So then we can
you want to do that Sunday? What about
let's see how we do tomorrow.
I think we can.
Can we do it at night? Close says she's available at night.
Tomorrow night for day 5.
She just said at nighttime. If anyone needs an assist,
Chloe can do one of the defense attorneys.
Wait, is she gonna read?
He has 3.
Oh, No, I just saw she said that. I just assumed she knew what you're talking about. But I'm available for sure.
She says she's available at night if we need assistance.
Oh, I think Chloe, come up and we'll see. I mean, you never know, We're going to alternate witnesses too, because Marissa's been doing fantastic as the witness, the ASMR witness,
Thank you.
Everybody loves they're like, it's a great reader. Okay, so let's do that tomorrow in the morning, same time. We finish day 4, which I think we're going to get through day 4 tomorrow. Shouldn't take us too long.
Yeah.
And then we could probably do tomorrow night and finish day 5. Day 5 is shorter. It's like 90 plus pages. It's not too long.
Mm-hmm.
Cool?
Okay. Your shout outs. Don't forget your shout outs.
My God. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for everyone.
Let me shout out
who supported us via Cash App and our channels. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Guys, go sub up to these wonderful people, creators over here. I really appreciate them. They didn't have to help me out. I could have taken, and let me tell you, I'm glad that you guys did, because like I said, I remember in the Diddy trial, man, I will tell you that shit was, that was difficult to deal with, but I really appreciate everybody up here. So thank you guys so much. It's never too late to give a burrito, a taco, a street taco, a Happy Meal, or whatever. Y'all go support, okay? Thank you guys. I'm gonna drop you guys, okay?
All right.
You guys have a great Friday night. Bye, guys. Bye. Y'all are amazing. Thank you. Make sure you guys sub up to these wonderful people here, okay? All right, let me do some shout outs, because yesterday I forgot my shout outs from the folks. Now, where is that? I just opened the link. Here it is. Okay. Yesterday I forgot to shout out some people, and I just ended the stream. That's why bad rabbit. Okay, so shout out to Michelle. Thank you so much for becoming a member, Michelle. If you're watching this, thank you for your membership. Back that assets up to, shout out to you, month for 15 member month. 15 member month. Member for 15 months. Shout out to you, love. Thank you for supporting the channel. Dragonfly, thank you so much for your 9-month membership. Thanks for all that you do and bring to us. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Chantel, thank you so much for the 10 jewels. Thank you. Malevolent Queen, thank you for your boutique. Thank you. And thank you for the jewels. Pinche Becky. Shout out to Pinche Becky. She says, thank you, Rabbit. She's been a member for 26 months. Thank you, Rabbit. I received my mic panel. Thank you for reading. Shout out to the panel. New name, my love. Thank you so much for the super chat. $20 super chat. I completely forgot to shout you out, and I do apologize. Thank you. None your business. Thank you. Nebby, thank you. Panda, thank you for the sparkles. MJ, thank you for the silver stars. Sylvia, thank you so much for the high five. Tiffany Diamonds, thank you so much for the jewels. Player Profit, thank you so much for the $2. MJ, thank you. Nebby, thank you again. Sylvia, turn it up. Thank you for the 800 jewels. Margie, thank you for the jewels. Nebby, thank you for the jewels. And Tracy, thank you for the jewels. And again, that was last night. I did miss my people. I hate not doing shout outs, especially when there's financial support, guys, because, we do depend on it. A lot of us, this is how we make our living. We, bring our passion, which is, cases and advocacy and support and research and deep dives. That's all of us. All of us up here on the panel, we're great at it. That surprise witness, BJ, another one, wonderful creator as well. Shout out to her. Everybody else that's been working on this case, Flojo, everybody. All right, Forever Tea, thank you so much for this 400 jewels. Eagle, thank you. Mi Cazador de Ardillas, thank you so much for the silver stars. And thank you, Cazador de Ardillas, for the sparkles. Danny Dorito, my favorite name. Floating Hearts, thank you. Tiffany, thank you again for making it rain with the silver stars. Luna, thank you so much for the flower. Tina, thank you for the laughing disco. I wish I could see these things. Amanda, thank you. Let them cook. Thank you so much for the jewels. Shannon Phillips, thank you for the silver star. James says, thank you for the $2. James says, what do British nuclear engineers eat? Fish and chips? I love this. James says, I'm oddly attracted to Thomas the Tank Engine. I think I'm a train sec. Oh, thank you, James. Shout out to James. I don't know what time it is in the UK. I think it's like early morning. Shout out to y'all. Annette, thank you for the floating heart. Jess, thank you for the silver star. And Dress on My Boo, thank you so much. Doreen, thank you so much for this $10. TGIF all. I'm literally booking an unaccompanied minor. Oh, my camera just died. Unaccompanied minor child. Yes, it died, honey. On international flight as I type. And UA asking such minimal information. It is scary. I'm a travel agent for a VIP traveler. Ooh, Doreen, that's interesting. Somebody just sent me the travel information too, y'all. So that's interesting. Thank you for sharing. May, thank you so much for the jewels. Southern Side-Eye, thank you so much for the jewels. Southern Side-Eye, thank you so much for the gold coin. Crystal, thank you so much. Thank you, honey. Thank you for the crystal gold coin. Tina, thank you for the finger heart. Detroit, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, Rabbit, mods, and panel. You're all doing great work. Appreciate you. Also, to the chat for keeping it cute. Thank you. Miss Amber, shout out to Miss Amber over here from That Surprise Witness. Shout out to her. Look at how gorgeous she is. Shout out to her. Thank you so much for the flowers. Thank you. Panda, thank you for the silver star. And Dodger, thank you so much for the flowers. All right, y'all. Y'all have an amazing, beautiful, wonderful Friday. I will see you guys mañana. Okay, tomorrow. Put your get your Palm Pilots, your sidekicks, your cell phones, your flip phones, your pagers, and your beepers, because we have a meeting tomorrow morning. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hit the like button. Don't be a hater all your life, and make sure you guys support. Bye, guys. Bye.